I know I'm laughing because otherwise I would cry, and those are the options.
Trump was allegedly the target of an assassination plot by a suspected terrorist who was a member of the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Bomb them! Send them back to the Stone Age! Don't fucking care! Listen, I'm a simple man! You do not do this shit! But Nux, you're a hypocrite because you support Trump killing them. Yes, I do support Trump killing the bad guys and not the bad guys killing us. If you consider that hypocrisy, well, then you could go to Target, all right, and call someone that works there to unlock the underwear drawer so that you can walk out with some underwear because we're living in such an advanced society. So this, for the record, those of you paying attention, is the third foiled Iranian assassination attempt on our soil. 2 against Donald Trump, 1 against Ivanka Trump. Okay, understand what we're dealing with here. So when everyone's like, but I don't understand why we're fighting the barbarians keep trying to kill us. Now, I know the argument that you're already making. I'm seeing it unfold in your mind. But we stop those because we have good Secret Service. Yeah, we have good Secret Service, and they're fucking retards. Inbred Islamic retards. They rape their little cousins and sheep at the same time. They don't even know what they're raping, all right? But they're going along, doing their thing, and we're going to kill them, actually, and it's awesome. But anyway, we'll get to the peace deal in just a minute. But first, we have to understand exactly what's going on our soil, because this is fucking crazy.
The trained Iraqi national who was taken into custody last week allegedly made a pledge to kill Ivanka and had a blueprint of her Florida home. This was in response to the killing of Iranian military chief Qasem Soleimani.
Yes, we killed a terrorist that killed tons of Americans, and now this is just the blowback that we just have to expect, according to Hassan Piker and Mehdi Hassan and all these other Islamist talking heads on our media. For some reason, they're in our country. All right, these motherfuckers are going to sit there and be like, oh, this is just blowback. We killed a terrorist that's trying to kill us, and now, of course, 1 billion Muslims want us dead. It makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. All right, anyway, I'm going to crash out.
A source telling the New York Post that the suspect said this, quote, "We need to kill Ivanka to burn down the house of Trump the way he burned down our house." According to
you failed. Now you're in jail. You're going to rot there forever. And you're also not going to be bringing back Soleimani, that retard who's dead.
DOJ, the terror suspect, has been behind attacks on multiple U.S. and Jewish targets. He was arrested and brought to the U.S. to face multiple terrorism-related charges.
Oh, huge W, guys. This guy was trying to kill Jews and kill Americans and kill Ivanka Trump, and now we've finally decided, you know what, maybe we should get rid of him. Colossal W, Secret Service. I'm really glad you guys are on top of this. You know, it's insane that we have to make believe that this culture is even remotely assimilatable into ours, you know? That's a discussion for another time. Anyway, in the greatest footage of the entire assassination attempt has to be this one. This is a reporter with the survival instincts of a lemming.
What is that?
What is that? What is that? That's 30 fucking gunshots, you complete dipshit retard. I'm telling you, these people have gone through nothing in their life. Nothing! And they're upset about goy slop, bro. What is even that?
Today, but this obviously comes.
Oh my god! Are they like shooting bullets at the president? But leftists are so peaceful. Yeah. Unless you have your own stealth bombers, maybe it's a bad idea to plot to murder the president's daughter. That's just my opinion. That's what we're going away with on this one. That's just what I have to say. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated. Now, the peaceful left has also done this, which for some reason is barely being reported anywhere. The wife of the elderly, and I'll just, what this is a nightmare. So, as you can see, there was also some big struggle over here. The wife of the elderly Trump house owner who was attacked in California says her husband is not expected to survive. Maria Sharon says there is no hope for her husband, Kerry, who's brutally beaten outside his home because he's a Trump supporter. Sharon, a 69-year-old Army veteran, is known as Escondido area for all the Trump and USA flags he had at his home. His wife says that he was targeted for his displays. He was beaten and seemingly beaten to death. But we just have to, but that's not left-wing violence, guys. Didn't you know it's both sides? Are you not familiar with how it's both sides? He said a thing, and now the left kills him. And all the left, they'll all celebrate this, too. Right? It's not like when you have some deranged,
hey, what's up, man?
right-wing guy committing violence, and all the right comes together to condemn it immediately. Here you have, like, the whole left supporting this. You know, and now Donald Trump had a very busy day, you know, making a peace deal with Iran, people trying to kill him, people trying to assassinate his daughter, classic stuff. I guess that's just life if you're the Donald.
It was good. I also made a big batch of iced tea. Green tea with honey and ginger.
I mean, it is more important for me to remain in Washington, D.C. at the White House during this important period of time. Congrats to Don and Bettina, President Donald J. Trump. And honestly, makes
right now I'm drinking a Red Bull.
If I was Donald, people tried to assassinate him and his daughter, and in the middle of a peace deal with Iran, people are trying to assassinate him all over the place. I get it.
What time is it? Oh God, it's still 2:30 in the morning.
My excuse moving forward whenever I can't attend family gatherings. I could just be like, unfortunately, my love for the United States is too important for me to attend. I'm going to try that one. We'll see how that works. Now, of course, you got these guys missing your son's wedding to attend a staged assassination attempt.
I love scallops.
It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Can you please deport Mr. Hakimian over here? Can we get these people out of here? We got to get these people out of here, man. We can't tolerate this shit, man. It's crazy. They just really want someone to kill the president. They just desperately want someone to do it. And they're so like upfront.
Most fish is cod or haddock.
Honesty that they want someone to kill the president, but that's pretty fucked up. Now, in breaking news in this circle, before we get to the Iran stuff, Tulsi Gabbard is stepping down. For the record, I actually am kind of happy about that. I'm not happy about the reasons for it, but I'm kind of happy it's happening all in all. I think she wasn't doing enough, in my personal opinion. Donald Trump has to stop electing women. What can I say? I'm deeply grateful to trust the president placed for me opportunity to lead as the director of national intelligence for the last year and a half. Unfortunately,
go see if I can find some deer.
My husband Abraham was recently diagnosed with an extremely rare form of bone cancer. And honestly, I'm praying for this guy. I'm praying for Abraham. I really hope he can pull through. And
it possibly
to step down for such a noble reason. Honestly, it's heartbreaking. Absolutely.
It probably more depends on the kind of views I pull.
Now, of course, you don't hate the media enough, right? So this is the
usually my night streams. I just do it until I'm tired.
Who was recently diagnosed with a rare form of bone cancer. All right, it's huge props to her for actually going ahead and doing this. And prayers for her whole family, honestly.
This fucking guy.
This is how the media is covering it. Forbes.
Oh, he's an elite.
Contradicting
I got a.
Because her husband has cancer. You vile fucks.
It's the longest one.
This guy's fucking retarded.
I should be able to. I'll probably make it to the blood moon this. Ah, damn.
This guy is literally a fucking idiot. Bro, you get him a shower and you're like,
Jesus Christ, dude, just die. Man.
This guy's a dog abusing.
Being a dick about it.
We gotta get him out, bro. We gotta deport these motherfuckers immediately. I don't know why I'm crashing out today. But the point is, she's resigning because her husband has cancer. You fucking ghoul. You troglodyte. This is insane. Her husband has bone cancer. You worthless piece of shit. Oh my God. Not only is he a worthless piece of shit, but he's also Indian. Literally, God decided to smite this guy twice. That was a joke. It's some racist comedy to get the edge off of the fact that we're talking about goat fucking pedophiles getting obliterated in the Middle East. All right. So this is the tweet that brought the house down. I am in the Oval Office at the White House where I had a very good call with President Mohammed bin Salman, Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed, Al Nahyan of United Arab Emirates, Emir Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdul bin of Qatar.
Well, Buddy is like sitting on my arm licking himself.
Pakistan.
And I think,
Erdogan of Turkey, President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt,
yeah, Shoujo's sleeping in her little basket.
Al Khalifa of Bahrain. All right, so bro spoke to literally fucking everybody. Considering the Islamic Republic of Iran and all things related to the memorandum of an agreement that has been largely negotiated, subject to finalization between the United States of America, the Islamic Republic of Iran, separately adding both President Prime Minister Big Yahoo of Israel, which likewise went very well. Final aspects and details of the deal are currently being discussed and will be
Would she
announced
stick her head
shortly.
up?
In addition to many other elements to the agreement, the state of Hormuz. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump. So it looks like
I'm gonna crinkle the Doritos bag and that'll wake her up.
unity among the countries that we've never seen. Now, of course, the neocons don't like this at all. They want Trump to obliterate the Islamic regime. You know what? I do too. I do too. But I'm going to read you what they have to say, and then we'll get into my stance. Alright, this is shocking. On the internet, this guy's been pretty correct about basically everything throughout the entire course of this war. Memes and racism, and actually kind of on point. So Ted Cruz says he's concerned about what I'm hearing about a deal being put by some of the voices of administration. This is Frank Obama with a consequential decision of the second term. He was right to do so. We achieved extraordinary military results, including destroying all the missiles and drones, sinking their navy. All right, if the result of that is to be an Iranian regime still run by Islamists who chant death to America, now receiving billions of dollars, being able to enrich uranium, develop nuclear weapons, and having effective control of the Strait of Hormuz, the outcome will be a disastrous mistake. Anyway, going.
I can't see shit.
Mistake, you can't make a deal. All right, we got Lindsey Graham, one of these warmonger dudes. If a deal was struck to end the Iran
Besides that, the sun's coming up.
because it is believed that the Strait of Hormuz cannot be prevented from Iranian terrorism, and Iran still possesses the capability to destroy major Gulf oil infrastructure, then Iran will be perceived as a dominant force, requiring diplomatic solution. The combination of Iran being perceived as having the ability to terrorize the Strait in perpetuity, along with the ability to inflict massive damage to the Gulf oil infrastructure, is a major shift in balance of power in the region, and will become a nightmare for Israel. Also, it will wonder why the war started to begin with. These perceptions are accurate. Personally, I'm skeptical. Iran cannot be denied the ability to terrorize the Strait. The region cannot be protecting itself against the Iran military capability. It's important to get this right. So basically, I can keep going because a lot of people had like these giant crash outs. The Donald doesn't know what he's doing. He wants to make a deal. They're terrorists. They don't honor deals. They're bad people. They rape ghosts, Mr. President. For crying out loud. And before I tell you my stance, I have to show you what Rubio said. Rubio said something, then Donald Trump doubled down, and then I'll tell you my stance and my analysis on the whole thing. Because I think all these people are really just crashing the fuck out.
No one who has been stronger on this issue than President Trump. Multiple political leaders, multiple presidents of the United States have all said the same thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The only one who's tried to do anything and has actually done anything about it in a real way has been President Trump. So his commitment to that principle that he'll never have a nuclear weapon shouldn't be questioned by anybody. And the idea that somehow this president, given everything he's already proven he's willing to do, is going to somehow agree to a deal that ultimately winds up putting Iran in a stronger position when it comes to nuclear ambitions is absurd. That's just not going to happen.
That's right.
Is to address this through diplomatic means, and that's what we're endeavoring to do here. I think we've made some progress. I'm always cautious when I say that because you can agree to things on paper; they actually have to be implemented.
Are you serious? I just got down here.
I think personally, they should be forced to release an apology video for the deal. They have to go up there.
Fat guy wandering around out here. Where is he at?
An apology video forever offending the United States of America. That's my opinion, but anyway.
I've only seen clips of the show. The clips I've seen are pretty funny, but like I haven't watched television in years, man.
Yep. One of the things Trump has been playing for the entire time is to actually get all of the actual enriched uranium that's already there. That was part of the deal. If it happens, you'll see. Donald Trump doubles down. You know, one of the worst deals ever made by our country was the Iran nuclear deal put forth signed by the existence of Barack Hussein Obama and the Rekt amateurs in the Obama administration. It was a direct path to Iran developing a nuclear weapon. Not so with the transaction currently being negotiated with the Iran by the Trump administration. The exact opposite, in fact. The negotiators are proceeding in an orderly and constructive manner. I have informed my representatives not to rush their deal, and that time is on our side. The blockade will remain in full force and effect until an agreement is reached, certified, and signed. Both sides must take their time and get it right. There can be no mistakes. Our relationship with Iran is becoming a much more professional and productive one. They must understand, however, that they cannot develop or procure a nuclear weapon or bomb. I would like to thank thus far all the countries in the Middle East for their support and cooperation, which will be further enhanced and strengthened. And strengthened. He's included. Enhanced and strengthened by all sorts of shit. The gay Ayatollah will be no more, and it will be strengthened by their joining the nations of the historic Abraham Accords, and who knows, maybe the Islamic Republic of Iran would like to join as well. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. This is something that no one expected. The Abraham Accords is like this alliance between all of, like the Arab and Israel, the Arab countries and Israel, and the Middle East and stuff. No one expected or expects at all Iran to join whatsoever. Iran is like an actual fascist, horrifying, monstrous dictatorship. They've been slaughtering their own people, slaughtering everyone else's people, bombing the shit out of everybody. The chances of this actually happening under the current Islamic rule is super freaking unlikely, which is a little shocking why he's bringing this up altogether, because he knows this. Donald Trump knows this very well. And the Donald decided he was going to drop another one.
I just spoke with President Trump about this and asked if he has secured an agreement. He told me he couldn't talk about the deal, saying, quote, "It's totally up to me, and if there is news, quote, it's only going to be good news. I don't make bad deals."
And honestly, that is kind of one of the major points I really wanted to home in on. You know, while he's talking about making the deal, he's dropping these very same memes, blowing the fuck out of them, dropping adios, bombing the shit out of them with like little AI-generated posts. And the reality is, Trump is an incredibly unpredictable man, but he is also an incredibly good deal maker. All right, the Donald really wins almost every single deal that actually gets presented to him, and that is the reality. And the truth of the matter is, I said this before when we started this war, and I'm going to say it again now. I am going to reserve my judgment until the shit gets wrapped up. I am not going to be one of the retards that just jumps and claps my hands every single time he makes a tweet, expecting the tweet to be the exact reality and not some sort of Zika-brain 5D chess play. And so far, I've been correct about my assessment every single time. I voted for this man a whole lot of fucking times. I did, and I do trust him, and ultimately, I do expect him to actually make the right decision at the end. I could be wrong, I could be right. Who knows? Not me, that's for sure, because I can't see the future. Although, if I do hone in on my inner Nostradamus, I do have to say I think that the news will be good, because we have absolutely militarily and economically obliterated these motherfuckers. The Donald understands that he actually does have a vice grip on this war. He has all the cards, and if a deal is made, I expect it to be a really fucking good one. When Trump started this war and everyone backstabbed him, saying it's going to be a forever war, boots on the ground, regime change, infinite losses, we're going to lose thousands of soldiers type of shit, I immediately called them out as complete retards. I ended up being correct. They were all wrong. Trump never put boots on the ground. We did not have a gigantic regime change war, losing thousands of soldiers, thank God. I was right. They were wrong. And now I'm going to call out these guys. All these guys that don't have faith in the President of the United States that actually put his balls on the table and obliterated the Islamic Republic. All right, now all these guys are going to crash out that Donald Trump is going to make a deal. He's a pussy. He's a pussy, really? The guy that did this thing to begin with? I'm sorry, man. I cannot deal with these immediate backstabbers on every side all the time. You guys fucking suck. You elected this man as your representative. He is the commander-in-chief. Give him a fucking breather. Holy shit. Judge him based on his actions, not judge him based on what you think his plans might be in the future. You holy shit, man. Zero balls, zero faith. He toppled Venezuela. Everyone said this was going to be World War III. He toppled Cuba's falling apart. Everyone said this was going to be World War III. All right, he toppled the Iranian shit or whatever the fuck he did there. We'll see how it actually wraps up. But everyone said it's going to be World War III. We got absolutely fantastic deals out of China because we cut off all their oil supplies and shit through Venezuela and Iran, etc. You know, everyone said that was going to be a complete disaster and the tariffs were going to tank the economy, which they didn't. Every expert, every speculator, every economist was fucking wrong. Donald plays the game with the cards held close to his chest. He doesn't want anyone to see that he has pocket aces. Just in the last 24 hours, Trump skips his own son's wedding. J.D. Vance and Hegseth race back to the White House. Chief of Staff is posting videos of V-2 bombers. Something massive is about to happen. What is going on? Well, we all would love to know the answer to that one. But I'll tell you one thing. This motherfucker's not going to sit there and panic. Let the man cook. One thing we could say for certain, -1 Democrat voter. A guy tried to kill Trump and got slimed on the way. -1 Democrat voter. And also the Islamic Republic in absolute shambles begging for a deal. Bro, this is the timeline. This is the timeline. This is just the timeline. You know what I'm saying? It's the timeline. Doctor Strange couldn't have found a universe this fucking wild.
The AAA video game bubble has burst. I don't think this is true entirely, but I know why they're saying it. Here we go. Let's watch it.
The video game industry is currently in the thralls of a paradox. For players, it could be argued we're in one of the greatest times for gaming.
I agree.
There's incredible breadth of choice across consoles, handhelds, and PCs made ever more accessible through gaming subscription services like Xbox Game Pass and PlayStation Plus. But from an industry perspective, things could not be more dire. More and more studios seem to be closing, original IPs are being scrapped mid-development.
I mean, like, this is... the thing is that... I mean, bro, she was so... Why didn't they not... They really should have just made that go... Damn. That's... What the fuck? And so anyway, I think that's because the studios were over hiring. They have a bunch of people in there. Like, this is a big problem that I think a lot of people in corporate have, is that they just bring in more and more people. Just more and more people. And eventually you have like such a large component of the actual like of the company that doesn't actually contribute to the product. Like, they're not doing anything for the product, they're not improving the product, they're not making it better, they're not even helping the product, they're just there.
IPs are being scrapped mid-development, and vast legions of game developers, programmers, artists, and animators have been cut loose. To put it simply,
I mean, look, can't we just talk about the fact, like, who the fuck wants to do this? What is this, like, in between, like, a Pride rally, Burning Man, and Mad Max? What the fuck is this? Like, what kind of stuff? It doesn't make any sense. It's weird. Yeah, who does this?
Animators have been cut loose. To put it simply, the AAA video game bubble has finally burst.
Yeah.
Across the past 2 years, over 23,000 jobs in the video game industry were lost, with a staggering 6,000 in January 2024 alone. Over 30 video game development studios have ceased operations, including Arcane Austin, Volition, and most recently, Firewalk Studio.
You want to know what they all have in common? Is that they're Western development studios. Capcom is hiring people, and From Software increased their wages. The problem is that AAA Western gaming studios are infested with like 3 or 4 different types of rot that they seemingly can't get rid of, and it's killing their games. The fact is that Monster Hunter is going to be a AAA game, and it's going to be massively fucking successful. Path of Exile 2 is a AA game that is better than basically any AAA game.
I'm on the wrong floor.
Let's be real. Like, it is Western American, especially American, and a lot of European game developers. They are the ones that have no fucking idea what they're doing. That's the real problem.
What's worse is this
I
trend only
disagree.
shows
I
signs
think
of
Western
continuing
game
rather than diminishing.
developers
So how did we get here?
are trying to
Some
make
analysts have
movies.
concluded these closures and redundancies are a necessary remedy to companies having overextended themselves in response to inflated demand in the market during the
They're
COVID-19 pandemic. While that's undeniably
Instead
a
of
factor,
making
that's
good
just one of
games,
many
they're
issues
trying to
that
make
have been gestating for
franchises.
years within the AAA project bubble.
Look here, boys.
Just
We
5
got
years ago,
ourselves a
AAA
real life
projects'
hero.
average budget
And
ranged
now
from $50
he
to
wants to
$150
be
million.
paid.
Today, the minimum average is $200 million.
Jesus.
Call of Duty's new
So
benchmark.
it more than doubled or quadrupled in 5 years.
Well, come to think of it, what are you
Well, where's
standing
that
there
money
for?
going?
Don't you have work to do?
Is
Where's it
$300 million, with
Yeah.
Activision admitting in the Competition and Market Authority's report on AAA development
And
that it
also,
now
like, here's another thing. I'm gonna just say it. Like, you know who plays games like this? Guys play games like this. They do. Girls don't play games like this. Some do, sure. But this is mainly a guy game. And you need to stop putting girl boss characters in games that are made for men. Because there's a big difference. There are games that are made for men and games that are made for women. Every other form of media has this and acknowledges it, but somehow in video gaming, we have to pretend like it's not real. It is obviously fucking real. So they keep making content for, quote, everybody, and nobody wants it. Girl Bros, yeah, it's ridiculous. Girl Boss is fine if it's demonstrative. Well, yeah, but the Resident Evil lady, like that, that's who he's talking about, she was really hot. That's the main thing. And also, she was like the villain, and like it wasn't even you. What's that, Stellar Blade? Yeah, Stellar Blade character is really hot. Like Stellar Blade is a game that's made to appeal to men. The people that made Stellar Blade made that game, and their target audience were men. Yeah, some girls play Stellar Blade, they like Stellar Blade, but it's a guy game. For sure. The Gooners, yeah, absolutely. And this is part of the rot that AAA, like Western AAA studios have, is that they do stuff like this. No, this is like, what the fuck?
Authority's report on
GGG
AAA
never laid
development that
anybody
it now
off.
takes the efforts of 1.5 studios just to complete the annual Call of Duty title. But it's far from just Call of Duty facing ballooning costs. In the same CMA report, an anonymous publisher admits that development costs for one of its franchises reached $660 million, with $550 million of marketing costs on top, which makes it a $1.2 billion game.
Wow.
To put that into
Was that
perspective, Minecraft, the
probably
world's
Diablo.
best-selling video game of all time, only broke $3 billion last year, and keep in mind that's what it made since it launched way back in 2011.
Yeah.
The realities of these budgets mean entire publishing houses are
To be
massively
fair, I could see that data being not completely relevant because of how much merchandise and media that exists that uses the Minecraft IP. You know, it's like, you know, the whole George Lucas, why is he the richest director, right? But I don't know.
overstretched and are now desperately facing the consequences. If their developers' huge projects don't make money immediately, they gotta go. Sega's sci-fi shooter super game Hyenas was in development at Creative Assembly for 7 years, and just as it was publicly playable,
This is again, like, I have to say, like, I mean, stop making characters with ugly female. Like, if you make a game with an ugly female character, I will automatically assume the game is broken because nobody wants that. Women don't want that, and men don't want that. Straight up. Like, I don't even understand how this is even a conversation.
first time via alpha testing, it was promptly canceled. The reason? Sega preemptively concluded that Hyenas couldn't make its money back. Blizzard's survival project Odyssey had a similar trajectory. Odyssey
Look at this, bro. This is the most retarded, cringe, millennial shit that I've ever seen. This is so obnoxious and weird. Like, really? Like, I mean, what the fuck is this? It's a children's game? I guess so. It's also just ugly? Yeah, it's just so weird.
couldn't make its money back. Blizzard's survival project Odyssey had a similar trajectory. Odyssey would have been the studio's first new IP in 8 years, and given the market's love for games like Minecraft and Rust, such a gaming titan should have undoubtedly made waves with this project.
No.
When Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard, though, the project was swiftly killed with little reason publicly given beyond inconveniences in switching engines to increase player count on the server.
Guys, Overwatch 2 is a joke. Heroes of the Storm was a joke. Diablo 4 was a joke. You really think this game was good? Like, I mean, why would anybody think this game was good? I mean, really, like, why are we assuming that it was this great game? HOTS was fun? No, it wasn't. If it was fun, more people would have played it. Guys, I understand it's popular to say, like, oh, I like this game that's not popular anymore. No, there's a reason why they stopped playing. They stopped promoting it because nobody played the game, because it wasn't fun.
These examples of the current AAA publishing cull reflect a deep-rooted fear to engage with anything new and original. Publishers perhaps more risk-averse than ever to stray out of their established IP safety bars. But even well-known IP that could be worth millions in sales and revenue is being left to rot. Despite owning Infamous, Jak and Daxter,
Please say Killzone.
Killzone, Resistance.
Yes! So fucking true. I know!
And Sly Cooper, to name a few entries of PlayStation's sprawling dormant library, Sony CFO Hiroki Totoki recently claimed the company lacks enough original IP to consolidate itself as a true gaming powerhouse.
This is second time I have this one.
What Totoki may mean is that Sony's older catalog of library IP does not fit the mold of what every publisher has been mindlessly chasing for the better part of
See, like, Killzone should be the American version of Stalker. It should be like in between Stalker and
Oh, you fuck.
Space Marine 2. Killzone was great, by the way. Yeah, that's where it should be, and it's just not there. Killzone's trash. It was really fun back whenever it came out. It was like 2005, something like that.
Decade, the next big live service money printer.
Yeah. I never played
It's
them.
difficult to imagine much fanfare for a Sly Cooper reboot where Bentley and Murray are purchased to play, grand heists or season pass bonuses, and worlds are delivered half-baked instead of fully formed. It's undeniable that on some level the video game market has changed forever because of this live service model. New video games don't just have to compete with new rivals, but somehow find space in an increasingly
Bullshit. Dragon Age. Even though this game didn't sell well. Armored Core 6.
The whole
Let's
Armored
see.
Core series was fucking kick-ass.
What else do we have? I've uninstalled a lot of games. Dragon's Dogma 2. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. They had a couple of updates and they stopped. What else do we have? Elden Ring. Metaphor. There's another one. Yeah, Metaphor. Right there. So, it's just bullshit. This idea that every game has to be live service, it's just total fucking bullshit.
crowded market dominated by decade-old titles like Fortnite and Grand Theft Auto Online.
Because
games which will continue
you
to
want
hold.
to know why Fortnite is so popular? It's because it plays flawlessly. It is such a good game to play. It's good in the way that classic WoW is good.
Higher player counts than many of the best sellers of the last few years. But live service titles require investment of not just money, but also time to find their audience, neither of which was afforded to Firewalk Studios' Concord. The crew of Concord's North Star will never fly again. The recent fate of Concord's Firewalk Studios serves as a microcosm for the increasingly bleak outlook for the next few years in video game development.
I feel like a lot of these big gaming publications and gaming channels don't want to address the elephant in the room, which were the elephants in the character selection screen on Concord. No one wants to play, like, a mix between, I don't know, like somebody on My 600 Pound Life and Doom Guy. They don't want to do that. Nobody wants to play that. Like, it wasn't appealing at all. So, yeah, I'm sorry,
that
but,
all
like, it's just not
depends.
it's just that nobody wanted this. Nobody asked
Dude,
for
I'll
this.
play an overweight character if
A 600-pound Doom
the
guy?
character
Yeah,
has
exactly, right?
stats
And
that are beneficial
when
to
these
the play.
studios keep making games that have, and I'm sorry, but like I know I talk about this a lot. I'm sure people are kind of annoyed by it. But like if
you got a
see, like,
fat
some
player,
kind of weird,
a
like, identity
fat
politics
character
shit in the game,
whose strength
my
is
probability of
outrageous
wanting
or
to play
their
that game
armor
goes
is
down by a lot.
outrageous, I'll play a fat
And it's not
character.
even
I don't
because
care
of
what
the
the character
identity
looks like as
politics.
long as the character
It's
is
about
good.
the fact that I'm good at recognizing patterns. And I've seen patterns happen a lot where it's, oh, this game is like this. It has this feature. That means it's going to have a bunch of other garbage.
I'll
too.
play an ugly chick, but she better kick
That's
ass.
That's their focus. Yeah, and it's like, I don't want to see that in a game. I think that's weird. It's exhausting. Yeah, it's fucking weird. And so, like, the studios keep doing this, and like, I don't know how you can look at the releases of these games and the entire media space collectively saying, not collectively, obviously people disagree, right? But people saying, like, we don't want these games with, like, these, like, weird modern social issues attached to them. People have been
guess I'm gonna have to
begging,
pay you now that
please
you
stop
did it."
making identity politics part of your video game. Please stop doing it. And they don't stop doing it, and people don't buy the games. It's that simple. It's the same with movies and TVs.
Selling
Yeah,
to
people aren't
even
buying
a
them, and that's the
dumbass like
reason why
you.
you have these, foreign developers that are doing so well. Yeah, police stuff is body type A and B. Only happens with AAA stuff. Yeah, well, that's why AAA is the ones that are making people that are losing money.
You want to guarantee?
When do you think they'll wake up?
Prove me wrong.
They won't. They're going to have to
Take
get
your
fired, and the
rewards
studios will
and
have to
get the
shut
hell out
down.
of here.
Because you can't get rid of these people.
What are you, a
and so
zombie?
it's like an
Decide
infection.
already. Just get
Like when
the
you
fuck
get
out of
infected
here.
with something like this, you just have to cut off the entire arm. That's it. They said they're not going to stop no matter the cost. Well, I mean, they're going to say that until it costs too much. But either way, that's what happened.
Word of advice.
I think that's a huge reason.
Next
I mean,
time,
like, yeah, Concord was a
bathe
bad
before
game,
coming
sure,
to a job
but
interview.
it was also like if you look at the initial reception of the game, if you read the comments, everybody was like super negative about it. It's the same thing with Dragon Age, and like at a certain point, you can't just pretend that having this massive, overwhelming consumer sentiment doesn't matter. It fucking matters. It obviously fucking matters. Of course it matters.
Concord was Firewalk's first game, its baby in many ways. An 8-year development bolstered by a Sony acquisition and a reported cash injection of $200+ million. PlayStation reportedly believed it had the next Star Wars-esque franchise on its hands.
Yeah, they did.
But the game struggled significantly across both its beta testing period and launch, and was soon completely shut down by Sony just weeks after it was released.
gave everybody their
Firewalk
money
closed
back.
for business shortly thereafter.
Yep.
Concord's downfall happened faster than any other failed game of the live service era. Don't joke about something like this. Just a decade earlier, though,
I feel like that happened with a couple of other live service games recently, but it wasn't really that bad. Like Concord, I feel like was the big one.
a similar disaster was plaguing Blizzard's Diablo 3. The crippling Error 37 message made the game unplayable, and fans worldwide decreed the absolute failure to launch. Soon after, the game's real money auction house left players with a foul taste in their mouth, and Diablo 3's reputation was roasting in the fires. Instead of abandoning it, Blizzard repaired the game, removed the auction house, and then fundamentally upgraded and evolved it to Diablo 3 2.0 with its Reaper of Souls expansion, finally cementing its comeback as a brilliant game. It's a similar...
Wrong. The reason why Diablo 3 wasn't very good at launch is because the game was completely unbalanced. That's really the reason. There's not a lot to it.
Good
And
morning, my ass.
they put no effort into balancing and making the in-game content
look
for the
who
game
decided
good.
to show their face again.
The guy that was like the person who made the game, like one of the directors, like what he went and said is he said, we made the game really hard. So what we did is we just doubled all the numbers. Like, okay, so, and then because I beat Inferno before it got nerfed. I did. Did not beat it on hardcore like Caparian did, but I did beat it. It was totally broken garbage.
There was desyncing issues. The game just functionally did not play well. And this is especially true with every other act besides Act 1. Because Act 1 was in the Diablo 3 beta, and none of the other acts were tested at all. So you would go through Act 1, and it was this flawless, great experience. And then the moment you go into Act 2, you would have to be dodging grenades that spawned off screen, and then you would have to be dodging
Sale is a
wasps that were
sale,
invisible.
even if it is to a
It was just total
scumbag like
garbage.
you.
Story to what we saw with CD Projekt Red's hard-fought battle to win Cyberpunk 2077 fans back after a disastrous launch. If Concord's alleged $200+ million budget had been lowered and the project direction refocused as a spark for a new universe rather than a big bang, it doesn't seem hard to believe that it could have found an audience with some Blizzard or CDPR-like shepherding from Sony. Many projects akin to Concord could be the medium-sized successes they deserve to be if not for the financial corners these publishers find themselves painted into.
Fuck, I don't think I have 20 mechanical parts.
And really, maybe some publishers should consider steering clear of these financial
why I
quarters
needed a
entirely.
wrench.
Gamers are beginning to wane interest in these monolithic projects. You need only look at a top-rated games of 2024 list. While 2023's
I got
award
13.
lists were littered
No,
with
it's because Baldur's Gate 3 was a good game and it didn't. Almost every single one of the games that didn't do well had some form of messaging that a lot of people didn't like. Like, if you look at Dragon Age, if you look at Concord, if you look at, I feel like those are probably the two biggest ones, right? Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access forever. Yeah, it was. And so Baldur's Gate 3 had a message. Well, Baldur's Gate 3 let you do whatever you wanted, right? That's really it. Yeah, oh yeah, Suicide Squad, Justice League, Star Wars Outlaws. Yeah, exactly. All of these games, in my opinion, were infected with unrelatable, weird social messaging that an average person wouldn't be able to appreciate or like. I think that's really the problem. It's a huge thing. And it's like, I don't see how you can, like, you have all of these points and they're making this perfect line, but you won't draw the line. You won't say, wow, what do all of these games have in common? People are more pissed about Batman? Yeah, sure.
AAA titles from 500-strong studios, 2024 show a revitalized hunger for a smaller, more independent spirit. Arcade machine throwback UFO 50, the Metroidvania-esque Animal Well, poker roguelike Balatro, and text-based pixel art adventure The Crimson Diamond are just some of the games you'll see appearing again and again on these lists. Despite their numerous differences, they share one thing in common: a smaller, more refined experience that recalls earlier eras of gaming where marriages and mechanics and storytelling were key through technological craftiness, rather than literal...
I think this is actually true too, where a lot of games, the scope of them becomes so large that they just collapse under their own weight, basically. If Elgar was supposed to Baldur's Gate 3, you could be able to call out Tash for her bullshit. Well, what you would have been able to do is you'd be able to kill her. The thing is that a lot of these games don't want to tell stories that have shades of gray because they're afraid of you rooting for the villain. That's the issue.
Country-sized game worlds. The nostalgia they create for older video game generations are central to the heart of their creation. They just want you to pick them up and have a good time. The slow but increasingly clear pivot of video game audiences to a potential indie renaissance is a clear message to publishers that if everything is bigger and bolder, who possibly has the time and energy to play more than 1 or 2 games each year?
And that's also the big issue too, especially with live service games, is that the amount of time that you need to invest to maintain relevance in a live service game is like a small job. It's like you have to spend maybe 5 to 10 hours a day to maintain relevance and keep up with live service games. And because of that, guess what? A lot of people don't want to do it. Because like you already invested, like this is one of the big problems that I think a lot of gacha games have now, is that basically every gacha game is designed the exact same. And they all require a certain amount of time in order to do dailies and stuff like that. You can't play at your own pace. Yeah, exactly, right? You're basically on a conveyor belt whenever you play live service games, where you can't get too far behind and you can't get too far ahead. So it's not like, because a lot of people, the fact isn't that like, in a normal person's life, they generally don't have exactly 45 minutes to play a video game every day. They have 4 to 5 minutes to play a video game, and then they have 4 to 5 hours on the weekend, maybe. So you have, it's not like people are going to want to log in to dedicate the same 15 minutes a day every single day in, right? Like, for example, like even I'm like this. There'll be days where I don't play any games, and there'll be other days where I play video games for 8 hours. And that's real life, right? And so when you have these live service games that are built around these like retention mechanisms that keep you logging in every day, what you do is the actual casual players that play them, they can't get ahead on the days that they have off, and they fall behind on the days that they can't play. And so you're losing people from both sides. And I think also, like, there's so many of them now competing for your same attention and money that it's kind of like streaming services, where it's like, well, I don't want to deal with streaming services anymore because there's so many of them.
He kind of has a point, but
That's not to undercut the difficulty.
you could
in getting those
add
independent
dailies.
titles made, mind
You
you.
just
UFO
shouldn't
50's Mossmouth LLC team
make
consisted of 6
dailies
developers working over many years.
dependent
Both
on
Animal
people
Well and
doing
the Crimson
dailies
Diamond share similar
daily.
stories of being crafted by solo developers, Billy Basso and Julia Minamata, respectively.
I mean, you
over
should
several
be able
years.
to do a daily.
Smash hit like Lethal Company started life as
A
a
daily,
one-man band developer,
but
Zeeker's learning to develop games on Roblox before expanding his knowledge. All of these developers put everything they had over several years of their lives into creating
The
these
game
games,
shouldn't
not in pursuit
depend
of
on
money,
you
but because
having
of
to
a
do
passion.
dailies.
And this is why they don't need humongous worlds or 300 plus
Dailies
side quests
should
to
just
tick
be
off. These games
extra-
all feel like lean enjoyment machines.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of games
Extra
that are
that
like
you could
that.
do
And I feel like that mouthwashing
for
game is
experience
another
or
really great
gear or
example for it,
money or
is
whatever
that
you know the
graphics don't matter.
thing is.
Style matters. Like the style of
But if the
mouthwashing,
game
the
depends
graphical
on you
style
going
of it,
in every
like
day to
especially
do
when you're pointing
dailies,
the gun at
then
that guy,
yeah, that game's
at the end of
gonna
it,
fail.
absolute fucking cinema.
Because
Or,
people
like,
aren't gonna
him
like it
dancing
because
in
they're
front
gonna
of
fall
that thing,
behind.
Or like there were a couple
Like
other
you
moments
said.
where it was just like the style of the game was incredible. So why is it a problem? Like, why do we keep focusing on having like real known actors play characters in video games? Like, is this really, like, outside of a Kojima game, like, is this really anything that people care about? No, nobody gives a shit about this. Metaphor graphics are really bad, but style is overbearing. Yeah, well, Metaphor has, like, a weird dichotomy because all of its, like, hand-drawn art is, in my opinion, some of the best art that there is. It's fucking phenomenal. I love it. But the actual in-game graphics are fucking terrible. Yeah, like in terms of like the fidelity. It's a lot like Elden Ring. It's like From Software. Yeah, exactly, right?
It feels like the top end of the video game industry is currently
That's
faced
one of the
with two
things that
paths to
pisses
choose
me
from.
off.
The first is the status quo. It can continue to engorge on bigger budgets.
I
but
go to
possibly
look up
open
a
yet incredibly
game
empty
like on
worlds
Steam
filled
or
with 80+
something,
hours of content, about 10 of
and
which
they'll
have
just
been
show
meaningful
me
to players
all the
and/or hopelessly
pictures
pursue
of the
live service
cutaways.
train, which left the station over 5 years ago.
All
with late
the,
passengers wondering why the
you know,
money
the
isn't
cutaway
rolling in
scenes,
anymore.
and they
The
won't show
billion-dollar
you
gambles
any
could
of the
pay off, but it's
gameplay.
seeming less
Usually
and
those
less
games
likely
I'm not
every day.
interested in.
Conversely, companies
I
could
need to
offer
s- I wanna
paths
see the
like a page
gameplay.
out of Julia Minamata, Billy Basso, and Zeeker's books. A wider
When
breadth
I'm
of
looking at a
projects,
game, I don't give
smaller
a
scope
shit
and
what the
scale, with a
cutaway
refined
scenes look
focus
like.
on gameplay mechanics and perhaps a return
And
to
that's what I
older
mean about
styles
the
of video
Western
games long dormant. Projects were
I don't
developed.
think that
Game companies, they want to make movies.
like Dragon's
They-
Dogma 2 and Elden Ring.
They want you to be in awe with the
A lot of
graphics and
games,
everything,
like,
and
it's
they
not
make
like the new
shitty
style
games.
of games are bad. It's just that the new games are bad. Like, because all of these issues, like, think about what this guy's saying. Is Nintendo having this problem with Legend of Zelda? No. No, they're not. I mean, these are all problems that are coming from people that are like just Western studios. These are all Western studio problems. Nintendo always make money? Yeah.
Developers aren't afraid to make weirder choices and take some unexpected left turns lest they crash their $400 million ship into a mixed to decent reception and lackluster sales. Maybe studios, and more importantly publishers and shareholders, can remember that we used to play video games because they were fun, not because of their bigger than last year maps carpeted by denser, higher resolution grass that you walk across to finish another piece of side content that pushes you just one digit closer to that 100% completion.
Yeah, I think that's a huge issue. A lot of people are tired of, completionism mechanics being put in. Concord with Sony. Yeah, Concord was a big mistake. But I also think that Concord was Sony making a game for Western audiences. I think that's what happened. And also, Sony owned the studio, but the studio that made it was a Western studio.
Plan.
No, it just wasn't the one we started with.
Speaking of which, congratulations, you've almost 100% of this video. What do you think needs changing in the games industry? You want bigger games or more games? Sound off in the comments below, and for everything gaming, you are already in the right place.
I think that another really big toxic thing that gamers have done is they've correlated the quality of a game to the amount of hours that they spend in the game and the value of the game to the amount of hours they spend in the game. And I don't think that's a good way to look at it. There are a lot of games that I've spent very few hours in, and it was some of the best time that I've ever had. But there are other games that I've spent a lot of hours in, and it wasn't really that great. And so it's because of COVID? Well, maybe, right? But like, I think that this has always been the way that people have seen things. So there's been days that I've played a lot. I put a lot of hours in, but the game was pretty much dog shit. And so does that really mean that, like, did I have more of a good time with Starfield, or did I have a better time with Undertale? I had a better time with Undertale, even though I only played it for 6 hours. So that's what I think. And I feel like also, again, this problem is manifest in Western game studios way more than Eastern game studios. Shadow of the Colossus is a 4 to 6 hour game. It's amazing. Yeah, I haven't played it myself, but I'm not surprised. You're telling me $300 million mediocre games devoid of risk and bloated with microtransactions aren't a sustainable business model? Madness. Yeah, crazy. Imagine that. And it's not AAA bubble, it has to burst. It's a live service bubble. No, it's the AAA bubble. It's the games have too much money. This is also the issue, is that games are, the cost of games is going up like this, and then the amount of money that players will spend on games is like this. So as the costs go up exponentially, players still don't even want to spend $70 for a video game. Think about it. Think about how many things in 2005, because this is 2005, 2006, whenever the 360 came out and they moved up to $30 games, or $60 games, excuse me. How many things that you bought in 2006 or 7 are the same price now? Basically fucking nothing. Nothing is. And it's because gamers just don't have that much disposable income and they don't want to spend that much money, right? So what's happened is that these developers have to find other ways to make money, and the way they do that is by selling early access to the game. They do it by having microtransactions in the game. And this would have happened as a natural outcome of a publicly traded company, but at the same time, the fact that gamers are unwilling to spend more money accelerated it. I'm spending $80, $90 on a new game before taxes? Well, I don't know. I mean, you're buying the deluxe edition then, right? Because, like, I bought video games recently and they're $60 mainly. Like, most video games are $60. But I do think this is a very good video. And I also think that, again, a lot of companies and, like, I think IGN and a lot of other platforms, they don't really want to address the elephant in the room, which is the fact that a lot of the messaging of this games are very overt and they alienate gamers. But I don't think that they want to acknowledge that. And until they are willing to acknowledge it and say, like, listen, like, these are games made for guys, we have to make them appeal to guys, you're just going to keep losing.
Immigration raid on a California platform, finding over 10 accompanied kids working on that platform. But apparently that's just an acceptable sacrifice, as open borders...
The left is the party of child trafficking.
This is basically the only way the Democrats can retain power.
And indentured servitude and slave labor and cattle voting. That is how the left operates. It is unbelievable that it was able to get away with this for so long, with people just not knowing what's happening.
Federally, but at least California does have some hope, as Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco knows exactly what's happening with immigration.
6 of the people here don't even know who deports anyone. They just want emotions to rule the day, so you support them because they don't even know
like the one Republican candidate
what the governor can and can't do. Or if they do, they're lying to you.
Something he's warned about several times before.
In 2017, that's when California became a sanctuary state, we absolutely told the law enforcement, told the people voting on it, this is what's going to happen if you do this. ICE is going to have to go into communities to find these people because they're criminals. They're victimizing us.
That's
right.
right.
Now they just come into the jail in the safety of a jail. Nobody knows it's happening, and they just deport them. If you make this law, ICE is going to have to go into the streets, and this is what you're going to have. That's why grandma's going to get taken away because they're going to go look for grandson, and grandson's going to be who's robbing people blind, and he's going to be in the house with grandma. Grandma's there illegally.
Get her too.
Well, they're not going to just let grandma stay because she's here illegally. Democrats purposely, knowingly made sanctuary states and cities to force ICE on the ground so they could create this.
It's basically the only thing the left has anymore. Creating issues.
Insane. I never even looked at it from that perspective. So ICE is basically would have just deported the people in the prisons, but the Democrats made sure to put them on the streets so that ICE could go after people in the streets. So it would also round up other people that would anger people in the community. Literally, the reason why they're emptying out their prisons is to create an emotional issue about ICE deporting illegals so that the people could rise up and demonstrate against ICE. It's literally a propaganda move for these people. It's honestly insane. Like, they don't even care about the illegals getting deported. They are using them as bait to fund their violent insurrections against Trump for political talking points. Oh my God.
And campaign on fixing said issue.
Dude, when you expect they don't go lower, bro.
Did it with ICE the same way with fuel prices. Jack up the taxes and fees on gas.
All right, it does. Okay. For a minute, I didn't think the biomes were
and his evil increases
working.
on gas prices.
Yeah, that one.
And if anybody points out their objective failures with or tax dollars,
God,
they just shamelessly ask for more. Just like with their now $200 billion with a B high-speed rail failure.
It'll cost another $30 billion to finish California high-speed rail from Merced to Bakersfield. We've got the viaduct laid. We have overpasses. Do you finish it? Yes or no? Mayor Villaraigosa.
Yes.
Congresswoman Porter.
Yes, if you can build it faster and cheaper than it's been projected.
Okay, Sheriff Bianco.
No, I would rather arrest the people that stole our money.
All right.
That's my guy! That's my guy right there! That's the GOAT! Absolutely!
I'm brand for you doing things that are illegal.
No, stop spending taxpayers' money on pointless things and improve our roads, which are the worst in the country because of Democrat policies.
Mr. Stein.
Oh, these are the 2 Republicans, and these are the 5 Democrats running for governor.
Yes, we need Secretary of Transportation.
The slow-speed delivery of high-speed rail, no, but a high-speed delivery of high-speed rail, yes. What does that mean?
Are you going to continue, yes or no? Yes, but we do it good this time instead of bad.
Sheriff Bianco just set the standard with, we should arrest anybody involved in this fraud.
That's right,
But if the Democrats refuse to follow suit, it's probably because they're planning on getting in on it too.
Absolutely.
As they are treating this like
Dude, they spent $200 billion on this thing that doesn't exist. Where did the money go? I want to vote for the guy that'll put the people that did that shit in jail. Absolutely.
manufacturing infrastructure, they're treating it like manufacturing meaningless jobs. And everybody wants unemployment to go down, so of course they can skim off the side, since nobody wants to be the guy making mass layoffs. So right now, I'm hoping Sheriff Chad Bianco wins the primary.
That
with
is
Steve Hill.
insane, man. That is crazy. We might be getting a Republican governor of California. This only exists because the left is so fucking retarded. They're pushing everyone away because they're actual retards. Now, it looks like we might be getting a Republican mayor of Los Angeles. All right, not only are the Republicans actually dominating in the governor race, but the mayoral race, too. This is insane. So, this was a massive story. 300 agents just raided Los Angeles' drug park. Fentanyl haul shocks everyone. 19 kilos was seized. That's enough to wipe out a city, by the way. All right. Karen Bass, the current mayor of LA, who basically let the entire city burn down to the ground under the fires because she cares about the smelt fish, so she didn't want to use water to put out fires. That's right. LA, the only place on the planet with more genders than fire hydrants that actually had water in them. All right, so she is getting absolutely obliterated right now. But first, you have to understand why leftist policy is pushing literally everyone against the left. All right, so this will radicalize an entire generation. This is LA policy. And then I'm going to show you the LA race where it looks like we're going to be getting a Republican mayor in Los Angeles. I literally can't believe this is happening. Like, everyone's flipping because the left is so fucking retarded.
So what is this? Is someone asked me to turn the speaker down? Who's this?
Gotta be kidding me, boy. This motherfucker got his headphones on. He told me to put my speaker down. And he got his motherfucking headphones on. You out your mind, my man.
Just why do you have to listen to the speaker?
I want to cut you. So shut your fucking mouth then. So shut your mouth then. Mind your business, you bitch. Why you have to jump out there?
Bro, ain't nobody wants to live like this.
You got headphones on.
He's literally just trying to read a book. Just trying to read.
Bitch. What do you think I was a punk or something? Yeah, that's the best thing you better do. Move, you bitch ass motherfucker.
Remember what I said before about how, like, anybody that has this crash out over being perceived of being disrespected, just lock them up. Just institutionalize them immediately.
That dude is definitely has a rap sheet. Let's be real.
Yeah. That's what you gotta do.
Uh-huh.
That's what you better do. Yeah. Yeah.
It'll be a good morning when you buy something and get the fuck out of here.
Your face open.
Yep. Get him out. We don't need to play
I
this
sell
game.
to anyone, even morons like you.
What if I call this guy a monkey? I'm racist. Do you understand how unfair society is?
Isn't it crazy how easy this problem would be to solve? And we don't do it.
We have a button, the fix everything easily button, and we refuse to push the fucking button. All right, and this is what society looks like, especially in places like LA. And when you look at the people that are doing their absolute best to manipulate us, all right, and yes, I mean like the actors, the actresses, the Hollywood people, right? But this is them. They're also complete freaks.
50-year-old actress Charlize Theron, her biggest ick is when a guy wants to make love to her and reveals that it causes her to get instantly turned off. Wait, what?
So, yeah, no one wants to do this.
So what's your
man.
take?
When you want to be with the upper class people, complete fucking freaks, or you want to be with the lower class people? They will rip your face off and not go to jail for it.
Whenever a guy says, I would like to make love to you,
It's an ick.
you don't get that that's an ick? Just the dry heat? There's a lot to unpack, but actually there isn't. It's just very simple. Don't fucking say it.
Don't say love making.
Because my vagina closes up.
Okay.
Why don't these people...
What? Who said that?
It's true.
Somebody's shocked.
All the ladies know what I'm talking about.
What is it about the word lovemaking that is such a turnoff?
I don't want you to make anything with me. I want you to do something with me. Yeah, let's...
Women be like, we need to consent to every single move you make, even after we're already in a relationship. Also, women be like, I just want you to fucking take me. That's right. Ultimately, they want men. All right? And after a generation of doing their best to emasculate men, they're like, holy shit, we have no men anymore. The only actual men out there are the ones that are, you know, married, largely religious, traditional men that don't actually want to sleep around with every whore on the street.
do it. Like, well, don't say that either. That's fucking lame. Just don't talk.
This is the thing, like, so this is why everything is so confusing for guys.
You hear this really pretty lady who's an actress say, don't ask this, just do it. But then if you don't say anything, you aren't obtaining consent. So you should also have to get consent. It's like you don't even really know what you want. So how can you expect somebody else to?
I know.
Because ultimately men should be the ultimate decision makers in society, and inherently women actually want that. Women ultimately want strong men in their life. Women want strong men to lead their country. That's what they want. However, they are manipulated and groomed into thinking that actually that means that they're weak and less. So on the low rungs of society, you have this fucking shit that you have to live with. In the high rungs of society, you have this fucking shit that you have to live with. And LA looks like it's gonna be electing a Republican mayor right now.
This is a MAGA Republican's idea of what Los Angeles looks like. This is
good.
Spencer Pratt is a man on a mission, as after Mayor Bass allowed his house to be burned down, this isn't so much a campaign for mayor.
What afternoon? If you bring me a cold
He's like,
one, I
your
might give
policy
you a
burned my
discount.
house down, and I am going to burn down your career.
Come to think of it, I'd say it's been an honor to work with
As
you,
it's a
but it would be
revenge
a lie.
tour. As at LA's debate for mayor, Spencer went right into Bass's failures during the Yorkshire fires.
So fucking awesome. God, no, strong men. Strong men build society and civilization, and strong men are going to save our country.
They burned down the city.
To the Mayor Karen Bass's, the 1,000 firefighters that were available, but there was no engines for them because of the $17 million that Chief Crowley had asked the mayor for 9 weeks before, and Mayor Karen Bass denied it.
This is a nice way of him to say you were a useless, pathetic bitch.
She drained both of these reservoirs that these firefighters needed. The winds in the Pacific Palisades never reached higher than 40 miles per hour.
This is the GOAT.
For those
This is like the GOAT. This guy's John Wicking all of Los Angeles right now, and he's winning.
6 hours, they didn't go above 27 miles per hour.
He's saying several things that are completely inaccurate. First of all, there was one reservoir
Well,
that was
yeah,
out of
dude,
commission.
he sounds
The
great
winds
to all
reached
of
close to
us.
100 miles an hour.
But we're not
The water was missing, not all the water.
And the planes
Los
were
Angeles
unable to
citizens.
fly. So if
Those
there
people
were
are retarded.
reservoirs, if that reservoir had been open, it would not have worked.
She's an incredible liar. Everyone on their phones, Google it. 40
They want their
weather
houses
stations
to burn
in the
down.
Pacific Palisades. It never went above 40 miles per hour. She is referencing the Altadena fire.
I have to interrupt you.
Now, of course, the moderator.
I have to interrupt you. There's no way that we're going to have a libtard lose an election in Los Angeles.
Will step in to assist the establishment candidate, but it just
Obviously.
highlights how desperate they are to dispel
By
the
the way, this is democracy. All right, every leftoid screams about democracy. Democracy is when the civilian is like, I'm fucking tired of this shit, and rallies the other civilians behind him and overthrows the establishment. That is true democracy. And this moderator, this allegedly neutral party, interrupting him to run defense for the establishment candidate, that is a threat to democracy. And no one wants to talk about it, but the threats to democracy all come from the left. The people that import infinite retards, the ones that don't want fair elections, the ones that aren't pushing against voter ID, those are the anti-democracy people. It's not the Republicans.
truth, as we covered their lies in depth back in 2025, when Mayor Trash came back from Ghana and basically refused to answer any questions. Even Fox News tried to cover for her.
You gotta have water, and my understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time.
That's right.
And in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going.
Despite what you have heard from Caruso, no firefighters have told us that they are running out of water.
And let's go out to Gigi Graciette. She is live in Pacific Palisades.
Well, firefighters have told me they have no water on this block, and you may...
No matter how...
Let this be like, there's no reports that they're out of water. Let's talk to the person on the ground. They're out of water.
How much you hate the mainstream media, you don't hate them enough. And even when CNN admitted it, they framed it as the homeowner's fault.
And those water tanks ran dry. Part of the problem is a lot of people are using hoses, trying to understandably hose down their lawn.
You are fucking kidding me. A guy used a hose, and you're like, that's why we're out of water in this fucking city.
One guy used the hose.
Used the hose because his house was on fire, and he tried to put it out. Wow.
He's hoping that will stop the fire. A lot of firefighters will say, that's not going to stop a fire like this from burning down your house.
So just over a year later, Mayor Basura is gonna pretend this didn't happen. But for the people like Spencer Pratt, who actually had their homes burned down, it's not something he'd simply forget and believe Basura's revisionist history. But now, Bass's asinine campaign is saying she's the real victim.
It was one of the worst moments of my life to not be here when my city needed me.
I was the real victim of the fires that burnt down all of your houses. Because I was on vacation and I wasn't even in the country. I was the victim.
It didn't matter where I was or why
It did matter, actually, that you were not in the country as the country was burning down, yeah.
was away. To me, it reminds me of like if you're away and a family member is in an accident. But I think that I deserve a second term, and I'm going to fight for that.
What if it's your fault that the family member was in an accident?
because we have made significant progress in a variety of areas. For example, homelessness was going up year after year.
Still up.
And under my watch, it is the first time we've had a decrease in street homelessness.
And let's be clear, this is also something we've covered on this
I
channel.
think that's a lie.
As LA only decreased homelessness because, one, they changed the parameters of who qualified as homeless.
Every single time. Crime is down. Well, we just don't consider robbery as crime anymore, and all of a sudden, crime is down. It's all right.
Meaning living in your car didn't count anymore, and then they both reduced the amount of
Living in your car doesn't count as homeless. They literally don't have a home. It's in the word. What are we doing?
employees counting and the hours they were allowed to count.
Do you feel like, based on what you're seeing, that we have an accurate count or idea of how many homeless live within the county of Los Angeles?
The only numbers that got counted were the night counts, which the night counts were pretty much zeros.
Do you think overall Ross is trying to keep the numbers lower?
And I think it's going to impact the mayor because she's telling people that homelessness is down. But based on what I see on the street, it's not down.
And as bad as this jukes the stats in itself, the real reason they could say they're ending homelessness is in LA, over 6 of them die every single day. As
W fucking calling the homeless. Homelessness is down, and all it took was us unleashing pestilence upon their camps. Huge W for LA.
Minnesota's rampant drug problem has somehow been rebranded as a win for homelessness. But at least Spencer actually knows what's ailing Los Angeles.
They are on super meth. They are on fentanyl. The DEA statistic says 93% of this is a drug addiction problem. Councilman Robbins...
That's actually true, by the way. A lot of people don't know this. Homelessness is almost always not because of financial problems, and almost always because of drug addiction problems. This obviously is not every single time, but this is a majority of cases. They'll ask homeless people, like, why are you homeless? And they'll talk about the drugs and shit.
Plan for treatment first. I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her, and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck. These people do not want a bed. They want fentanyl or super meth. Yep. These ideas cost us over $400 million to house 70, what did you say, 3,000 people for $400 million is an absolute failure for both of them.
As a homeless industrial complex is real,
Bro, this
why would
is
the
like literally like, you burnt me down, I will burn you down.
Democrats solve any of this mass suffering in their city when they can just endlessly collect blank checks to fight it. But the only thing worse than a corrupt mayor is someone that wants to be a corrupt mayor.
Do you support the ordinance that restricts encampments in front of schools or daycare centers? Mayor Bass, I'm going to start with you. Yes or no? Ms. Rahman, yes or no?
I support keeping our streets safe. I did vote against the structure of this particular ordinance. And it is because, at its best, it does not, the way this ordinance was structured, it does not keep our children.
It's hilarious to see a simple question become such a nonsensical word salad. But the sad fact is, she can't simply say no. As Spencer shows, homelessness is her cash cow.
That's right.
You know how
homelessness is a business.
Nithya, Manchurian candidate, launder taxpayer
God,
money
I love
into
this
her
guy.
own
This guy's incredible.
This nonprofit. Well, both she and Karen Bass.
I love how his entire campaign is just purely driven on pure and utter rage and spite, and it's fucking working.
Hoorah would love for you to forget the Shelby fraud when developer Stephen Taylor bought a property for $11 million and just a few weeks later, he was able to flip it to an LA nonprofit for $27.3 million. Karen Basura apparently even called the developer personally begging for the property. And despite the developer being arrested and an ongoing federal investigation, Ram Manchurian and the LA City Council still support the project.
It's like these shady politicians don't see their citizens' problems as issues to fix, but opportunities to make themselves rich. As the primary, if not only reason I moved out of Los Angeles 2 years ago was the continuous rampant rise in crime. While Spencer wants to spend money to solve it.
What is your strategy for getting more people, recruiting more officers and paying for them?
First off, I'm going to bring hiring back to the LAPD. Right now, the LAPD is hired by the same people that hire sanitation, and we need to bring it back like it was 20 plus years ago. This idea that Councilwoman Rahman keeps saying that the police department is overfunded, public safety should be our #1 priority.
Rahman wants to sell you some silly socialist fantasy.
The safety of people in Los Angeles is...
I love how we import foreigners and they literally only fucking have campaigns that benefit foreigners. But not the actual, native population that's getting stabbed. And by native population, obviously, the white Europeans that built the country. That's the natives. So that's a Native American. And the foreigners, they come in, like the people from, India or Pakistan or whatever the fuck, wherever Nguyen Ramen here is from. And she's going to be pushing this shit. Sorry, man. Sorry. No, we don't want you to be running defense for the illegals, and we actually do want to be protecting the natives. This is crazy.
Absolutely essential. But that's why I think we have
We're
to
gonna hire social workers to stop the fucking drug addict terrorists.
start getting honest with people about how we're actually going to respond. So many calls that are coming into LAPD do not require armed officer response.
The whole defund the police and replace them with social workers has never worked, especially in the same city that already tried it. They replaced the actual police with these unarmed Metro ambassadors who just sit there and watch as you get assaulted. Their colorful outfits just make them look like rodeo clowns, watching us get tossed around by the criminals they refuse to do anything about. But keep in mind, Rahman is a city council member who just unanimously voted to stop LAPD from making traffic stops based on what they consider minor violations.
That is fucking insane. These people should get rounded up, bro. What are we doing?
Meanwhile, using high-tech, expensive cameras to automatically ticket law-abiding drivers. It's this common theme they constantly repeat. Refuse to enforce any law.
Infinite tickets for the natives to fund the retards and criminals.
Laws on the EBT tribes, meanwhile finding dystopian measures on how to fine and tax anybody dumb enough to still follow the rules. But when someone comes in to actually enforce the law and protect the citizens, Mayor Basura wants to take credit.
This operation with the feds, is it a sign that our communities are not safe? No, actually, that operation was ordered by the feds. However, we have been working in collaboration because we were very well aware of the drug dealing that was taking place there. We have used a comprehensive approach when it comes to MacArthur Park. Multiple things are needed. And so what happened a couple of hours ago was an action that had been in the works for many, many years.
Yes, the feds had to step in to do our job. But we were aware of this, allowing it to take place for many years, so let's go ahead and call it a joint operation.
It's a joint operation where they did all the work and I knew about it.
But remember, last time the feds came in to MacArthur Park specifically, she ran down there to make her social media moment against the feds stepping in.
Yes, my comment is they need to leave, and they need to leave right now. They need to leave because this is unacceptable.
It's crazy that her entire stance changed over the last couple of months when people realized, hold up, we have a special button that you could just put people in jail and Crime Stop. People actually really like that.
So when this federal raid targeted that same park, stopping enough fentanyl to kill over 190,000 people, of course some of the arrests were on individuals already wearing ankle monitors. You really wonder who let these people free to offend again, but it's probably the same people that allowed them to operate in broad daylight with protection against federal law enforcement in this sanctuary city, endangering all of us with their narcotics. Also, the Democrats can secure their new voter base.
Non-citizens should they... I mean, because let's think about it. Who are the criminals going to vote for? The people that put them in jail or the people that keep letting them out of jail? Who are the illegals going to vote for with their illegal votes because they don't need ID? Are they going to vote for the people trying to deport them or the people that are actually trying to give them free shit that other people earn? All right, understand that this is just how the left survives. They survive and thrive on the lowest forms of parasites in our society. That is how they exist at all.
They be allowed to vote in local elections. Is this a yes or no, Mr. Pratt?
No.
Mayor Bass?
It depends. It's not a yes or no.
It is a yes or no. No, people that aren't citizens shouldn't be voting. What are we even talking about?
Depends on what?
Well, first of all, when you say non-citizens, it doesn't mean they're here illegal.
It does depend.
Yeah, about? Non-citizens, even if they're legal, they shouldn't be able to vote. Why are these people so desperate? So desperate. I mean, we all know the answer. Why are they so desperate to import people from other countries that could vote on the future of our country? Duh, it's because they're going to vote for the party that wants to bring in their entire fucking extended family because America's the best country on the planet.
And in other places, school boards have non-citizens.
Yes or no?
Non-citizens who
Mr. Fred, I have a question for you.
Again, it's a 5-on-1 debate, as they've evaded admitting that illegals voting has always been their plan, but their mask has slowly been slipping the more they use your tax dollars to protect their new voter base.
A bold
Ooh,
message
that
now
storm.
posted
Holy
across
crap.
Los Angeles. Signs going up declaring city property off limits for ICE.
The signs have no legal weight, force, or effect on anything the federal government does.
More than 450 of these signs now posted at parking lots, libraries, the LA Zoo.
And you know, it's all just a giant propaganda campaign to emotionally manipulate liberal white women into thinking that ICE is like the Gestapo Nazi army coming to deport innocent people. You know, and it works to some extent. But anyone that actually knows anything realizes this shit's insane. All right, and that's why the leftist vice grip on society is falling apart so badly.
And notably, MacArthur Park, one sign and installation could run about $500, bringing the total to around $250,000.
These signs are completely unenforceable and nothing but an empty gesture to show how they're fighting Trump again. The problem being, the city's currently in a $1 billion budget deficit.
They're spending millions on bullshit fucking signs that have no power. It's all just a propaganda campaign. It is a propaganda campaign funded by your tax dollars to rape your wives and children, to bring in the retards that will destroy your civilization, funded by you. Understand how brutal this is.
Mayor Basara wouldn't dare cut into her virtue signaling sign budget, but good luck to the schools, police, or even providing water for firefighters. So hopefully Los Angeles residents will save themselves and vote for Spencer Pratt, as he's the only one who can fix the city.
That's right.
I didn't come here looking for apologies. They apologize, it admits their failures. And I'm up here because of their failures. That's the only reason I'm running, because I said enough of these failures. We need an outsider. No more politicians, no more lying. We need the truth.
And even though I don't live there anymore, I'm still telling absolutely everybody I know that does vote for Spencer Pratt, and tell 2 more people they need to as well. And judging by the local NBC affiliate's survey, he's absolutely crushing both Democrats.
No, he's gonna destroy them.
Pratt.
But we're gonna have a based mayor of Los Angeles. I can't even believe it, you know? Like, the fix everything button is getting slammed. Everyone's pushing that button right now.
We'll share this video with anybody that doesn't necessarily have the time to watch a full hour-long debate, or just doesn't trust the mainstream media.
That's right. Honestly, the tide is shifting, and it's because of citizen journalists. It's citizens that are bringing attention to the issues with society, and it's incredible watching it actually happen. And that's why I say all the people that are accelerationists that are like, oh, we just have to vote for Democrats to make sure that the Republicans work harder. No. All we need to do is replace as many fucking retards as we can. We need to purge these motherfuckers and replace them with some radical assholes that will do the shit that needs to be done. Because it's already happening. And Donald Trump getting elected for president a couple of times, that's the proof. Now, believe it or not, Donald Trump is getting pressured by the World Health Organization that the United States needs to apologize in return because we need to do new quarantines because of a new virus that's showing up. It's honestly insane that we're doing this again, man. Just in the UK confirms the 3rd suspected case of hantavirus infection. Hantavirus is a new virus that is now transmittable to humans, apparently. We thought it was only existing in animals with a 40%
Oh,
mortality
3
rate.
people have been sick. Let's destroy the economy.
Mortality rate. The hantavirus seems like it actually would kill 40% of the people that get it, which is pretty insane. Right now, there's only 5 cases that we know about, but it's getting hairy, and people are starting to make a big deal about it. Now, just to understand other things that are going on at the same time, there's a Disney cruise ship where staffers among 28 arrested in a giant child porn operation. No one's surprised that it's Disney, and now you'll see why I'm bringing all this up together. Now, Israel confirmed its first hantavirus case, which is pretty incredible. However, just to sift through the fake news, because I do all the research, the case of hantavirus in Israel is not a contagious form. It is a non-contagious strand of hantavirus. So this is literally just fear-mongering. I just felt like I needed to bring it up. But we have to talk about got the new Resident Evil IRL scheme that's happening. Just in, Spain allows hantavirus cruise ship to dock in the Canary Islands. There is so much suicidal empathy in the West that these people are, we can't just put these people in quarantine and keep them away from society. We need to get everyone infected by this bullshit so that the entire world can need to be quarantined and be retarded for society. Oh my God, dude, this is insane!
No refunds. Deal's
not
done.
only are we going to let in infinite Moroccan Muslims,
Don't spend
but
it
we're
all
also
in
going to
one
let in
place.
hantavirus. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That's Spain. Communist president of Spain is going to kill us all in the name of suicidal empathy. We're literally watching this happen, you know. We'll import infinite retards and people with incredibly dangerous, deadly new disease that is hopefully happening. So let me introduce you to
You better
hantavirus
take this
before we get
job.
into the
Don't just
details of
stand
how
there
fucked
with
up
a
this
thumb up your ass.
What is
Get
a
the
hantavirus?
job done.
Hantaviruses are a type of virus
I ain't getting killed by no hentai virus, you hear me?
mainly transmitted to humans by rodents. They can cause respiratory and cardiac problems, as well as hemorrhagic fevers.
That's right, that fucking ratatouille going on the cruise ship, getting everyone infected with this garbage.
There are several types of hantavirus depending on the region of the world and the clinical presentation. According to the Swiss Federal Office of Public Health, there is one extremely rare type which can be transmitted between humans. The viruses exist on all continents, and they get their names from the Hantan River on the border between North and South Korea. Hantaviruses are transmitted to humans by infected wild rodents such as mice and rats. These rodents pass on the virus through their saliva, urine, and feces. Infection can occur after a bite or contact with an infected rodent or its droppings, but also through inhalation of contaminated dust. Hantaviruses can cause infections of varying severity, some of which are fatal. The initial clinical symptoms are generally those of the flu: fever, headache, and muscle aches. Hantavirus infection commonly leads to two diseases: hantavirus pulmonary syndrome, found in the Americas, which can cause pulmonary edema, and hemorrhagic fever with renal syndrome, found in Europe and Asia, which causes kidney dysfunction. According to the Public Health Agency of Canada, approximately 200 cases of hantavirus pulmonary syndrome occur each year, mainly in North and South America. In the absence of a vaccine or specific medications against hantaviruses, treatment consists solely of relieving symptoms.
Yeah, so obviously everyone's freaking out about this now that it seems like there's a couple of people that are contagious to some degree. Now, one of the things that a lot of people were bringing attention to was this Twitter post, because every time something crazy happens in the world, you have the people being like, wait a second, let's just search up the name, hantavirus. So this is a post from 2022 saying 2023 Corona ended, 2026 hantavirus. And now we're here. A lot of people found this tweet and freaked the fuck out, because how the fuck is this possible? Especially because this whole account, it says soothsayer reads the future and only has 4 tweets, all right? On the entire account, 4 tweets from 2022 calling himself a future-telling soothsayer, and one of them is this? So, you know, a lot of people are getting really scared because every time something insane happens, you always find some random Twitter account that said some ridiculous shit. Now, coincidence or plan? That is the question. I don't know. Just in the Director General of the World Health Organization is using hantavirus as an example of why the U.S. should consider withdrawing from the WHO. And it's like, well, we are not doing this shit again. We are not doing this shit again. We are withdrawing from the World Health Organization. Fuck you people. This was based as shit that Trump actually did this. I called it. The moment this happened, I was like, well, the next giant global pandemic we're going to be free of. I literally called this months ago when Trump finally withdrew from the World Health Organization because fuck these people. Because actually, I don't want to be part of any of these giant global hegemonic retard organizations. I don't want to be part of the World Health Organization, the United Nations, NATO. I don't want to be part of any of that shit. I'm America first. I don't want to deal with your problems and your bullshit and your lib-cuck politics. So get out of here with this. Now, as I showed you before, Disney cruise ship staffers among 28 arrested in a massive child porn operation. First of all, of course, it's Disney. It's just a terrible day for Disney. I'll show you what else is going on at Disney right now. But this is just a big week for cruise ships, bro. We got cruise ships caught in giant child porn scheme. We got cruise ships getting caught with the hentai virus, bro. And now you have these tweets obviously going viral. I have zero evidence, but I'm 100% certain the Jews are behind the hantavirus. First of all, that's anti-Semitic. Second of all, you're probably right. Anyway, so this tweet was going viral too.
United States also nothing until May 3rd, when the news breaks and we've learned about something called hantavirus. And it's pretty much like this for the rest of the world. I checked China and I checked Russia, and then out of curiosity, I went and checked Israel, because Israel tends to have a reoccurring tendency to be Googling things that have yet to be spoken about. You like to see what the Israel draft looks like? What the fuck is this? So,
there's a blip.
Israel, about a month
There was a blip a
before
month
the
ago.
rest of the world started searching what the hantavirus was, we're searching hantavirus collectively enough time for it to register here. Why? This is on Google Trends. You can check this yourself. Because out of curiosity, I was like, hantavirus, huh? That sounds like another global pandemic waiting to happen. Why would they be prematurely searching something collectively at the same time? Enough for it to register here that the rest of the world, UK,
But actually does register. You have these anomalies all over the place, by the way.
Russia, China, and the US had not, between all of them, been...
Some Jew looked up the hantavirus a month before this shit happened. Now, obviously, the reason why this is hilarious, bro, did Zambia also create that hantavirus? Because if you look at Zambia's Google Trends, it also has the blip. Zambia's in on it too, SMH Zambia. You know, the reality, you realize that embassies and intelligence agencies in Israel belong to other governments. Again, ultimately, these blips happen all the time. People are fear-mongering over this because everyone remembers COVID. That shit was really, really annoying, actually. And ain't nobody wants to go through with that shit again. Now, I keep thinking about the Epstein documents, talking about a global pandemic where lots of people die, talking about how we're going to need to initiate quarantine and shit, and pushing that. I thought he was talking about COVID. Now, I am not getting worked up over this. I'm firmly in the nothing ever happens camp. All right, I am confident nothing ever happens. Okay, chill out, guys. It'll be fine. But first, we have to look at Disney getting absolutely obliterated, and the hantavirus situation, which is getting out of control.
People are crashing out on Mandalorian, new movie in clips. It's the biggest flop by Disney by far. New clip from Mandalorian and Grogu.
What are you waiting for? Hop on.
It's so wild how absolutely no one fucking cares about another Star Wars movie. Like, you want to see more woke slop kids where we rape your old favorite franchise?
Yeah?
Hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, no one cares about this. It's crazy how no one cares. It's awesome.
Did we get him? Not yet, sir, but we will.
It's a fat stick. Let's go.
We missed him. He's under us.
Oh, and this is another one too. So they're making
it just like looks like AI, and this is why I support AI in general. I want to take gatekeeping out of the hands of these fat retards in Hollywood that are slopifying and homosexualizing literally everything they possibly can. I'm sorry, man. Fuck you. You deserve your failure. Your gatekeeping will end because AI is in our hands now. You could generate that shit with AI. Let's be real. That was completely soulless.
A movie out of it, is that right?
Grogu, I need you to go to the control panel. Remember the buttons I told you?
Yeah? Okay.
I'm going to need you to touch them. Look for the ignition relay cutoff. It's next to the fuel differential readout, which is between the press gauge and the primary reserve. No, don't touch them until batteries switch.
So,
it's crazy how much this just looks like slop.
Display. Remember I showed you that one? It's on the other side of the manual control surface calibration.
Oh.
I don't think he knows what he's doing.
That is the Mandalorian. Is that it? I mean, how many Star Wars
completely soulless, bro? No one cares.
Wars movies are announced and killed this past decade, and the one they finally make is Mandalorian and Grogu. Tough focus group on Star Wars as 5, 17, and 18-year-olds show no interest. How are you feeling about Star Wars? I like the old stuff, but the new stuff...
I heard the movie was pointless, that it could have just been 2 or 3 episodes of the TV show.
Anything that came out after I was born isn't that...
The kids are all right.
Anything that came out after I was born isn't that great. Star Wars has been quiet lately, but I liked Andor a lot. A lot of people liked Andor. Baby Yoda is creepy. Oh, wow. Disney has reportedly tempered expectations for Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and Grogu, which is currently tracking to open lower than the box office and bomb Solo: A Star Wars Story. Holy shit, that is embarrassing. Mandalorian and Grogu are now tracking at $65 million, which would set the record for the lowest Disney.
You go woke, you go broke. It's not a promise, it's a prophecy. It's inevitable.
Wait a minute. So this is even worse than the previous flops. It's a tax write-off? I guess so. This is insane. Is Disney's Star Wars brand beyond repair? I think that it is.
Yeah.
Really, now what is
They're
this?
cooked.
This movie is a commercial. It's a commercial for the baby Yodas. Other than that, why would anybody else care about it? Let me see what this is. Disney to remove Star Wars sequel trilogy from timeline and refocus on the original characters. Wait, they're just gonna say never mind? If this
was a bad dream, guys. They're gonna Jedi mind trick you. There was no Disney Star Wars pre-sequels, guys. This never happened, guys. We made everything gay and it's all bad. No one likes Jedi butt sex, it seems. That's crazy.
Most dramatic franchise shifts in modern Hollywood history. They're just gonna delete it? Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, they're just gonna retcon the entire thing? So what do I think about the movie? I think this is just, it looks like another mediocre Star Wars movie. Like, this is like basically an AI-generated battle scene. There's nothing really interesting or compelling about this at all.
Fuck, I gotta go back to the base.
Slop. So not only do all these Disney staffers get blasted for getting caught with child porn, but their baby franchise that's supposed one of the biggest franchises of all time is in complete disarray. Absolute disarray. Bro, even the hentai virus won't get people to watch your shit. It's crazy. It's miserable. God damn! I'd like to think that this could have all been avoided if they were a little less fucking gay. All right, now let's look into this hentai virus.
Why do you keep looking out the window like somebody out there owes you money?
Incredibly deadly virus that is 99.9% of the time animal to human. Looks like it's now going human to human now. A bunch of people got infected. Oh shit, one of them got on a plane and potentially infected passengers. The suspected hantavirus patients have been evacuated.
Oh, we're not doing this again, by the way.
Evacuated from an infected rat
I am
virus.
firmly... look, I'm reporting this because it's in the news and it's viral and everyone's talking about it, and that's what I do. I cover all the things every day. I do a deep dive every day on all the things. Let me just be clear. I am firmly in the camp of nothing ever happened. Nothing's happening, guys. It's a psyop to get Trump to go back to the World Health Organization, all right? To turn us back into this global economy, globalized retard situation. It's not happening, okay? Please.
An infected rat virus cruise ship in Camp Verde in Africa. 3 passengers have already...
was Remy from Ratatouille, bro.
They died? What the fuck?
Yeah, 40% mortality rate.
Swiss government confirms that MV Hondius passenger who returned to Switzerland was infected with hantavirus.
Hantavirus infections have risen again from 7 people who were on board MV Hondius to at least 2 new people for a total of at least 9. And one of those 2 new cases was not a passenger on that ship. And this is concerning because it means that...
By the way, a lot of the issues for infectious disease in our country actually comes from illegal immigrants. I know that, everyone on the left is like, oh, is everything about illegals for you? I don't know, man. We didn't have measles for like decades, and now all of a sudden there's measles outbreaks in the country. Guess who's fucking here? They're getting measles.
Is that?
All right, where's
oh,
that
hey, Shoujo, what's up?
All right, so again, honestly, I feel so much safer in a country with a border, you know?
The virus has
climb up here?
from person to person. Now, this case involves a French national. He traveled on this plane, the island of St. Helena.
We're just gonna sit there and be cute.
South Africa. It was the same plane as one of the first passengers who got sick on the ship. That was a 69-year-old Dutch woman who collapsed just hours after she landed in Johannesburg.
What the
Her
fuck?
70-year-old husband had already died on the ship, and
what the? He's telling this story. This is the kind of thing that you expect to hear whenever it's like, Shackleton's Adventures.
Bro, Resident Evil live action is just gonna be Spain next year.
To the North Pole. What the fuck? This is crazy.
Was the first victim.
It's going all right.
Yeah. Now, making this more concerning, there were about 85 passengers and
well, not for that guy, but it's going all right for me.
I'm not doing this. We're not doing this. I don't care if the communist retard in Spain cares about their human rights and lets them out in public. No, we're not doing this again.
And then there is the second new confirmed.
Yeah, this dude's seen better days.
And also a man. And
so is his friend.
Linked to the ship and was another passenger.
Oh wow.
No.
And flew home to Zurich.
Are we gonna have another COVID?
Now in Zurich, he felt sick. He was tested for
except COVID at a mortality rate of 0.008% of people. Mortality rate of 40% of people that get it. That's obviously a pretty massive thing. This will not be another COVID. If it actually becomes some sort of global outbreak, it's gonna be fucking crazy. It's gonna be like the government gonna be like, well, they didn't believe COVID was real, so now we're just gonna have to fucking kill 1 million people, I guess. I really don't trust these guys. These fucking government fucks. Get him out of here.
Virus and was confirmed to have the Andes strain. This is the one that can jump from human to human. He's now hospitalized and in isolation in Zurich. His wife isn't showing any symptoms and she is self-isolating. But whatever flight or flights this man and his wife took to get home will be in focus for more contact tracing.
Oh my God.
Hundreds more people in planes and on the ground.
Well, and here's the thing. It has like a 30 to 50% mortality, right? Case fatality, 35 to 40%.
I normally wouldn't make a video like this, but I feel like
The cats are doing well. Buddy's relaxing next to me.
It's very real.
Shoujo's got that funny look in her eye.
Story. We're not just headlines.
Wait, okay, she's laying down.
Families. There's a lot of uncertainty. All we want right now is to feel safe,
I want
to
to go
have
back to here.
clarity, and to get home. So if you're seeing coverage about this, just remember that there are real people behind it, and that this isn't something happening somewhere far away. It's happening to us right now. I'll share more when I can, but for now...
Oh, man, I'm not minimizing what you're going through. That shit sucks, but please don't bring it here. Please. We're not doing this again. We're not doing this again.
I just ask for your kindness and understanding. Thank you.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. Like, I wouldn't let him back.
We're gonna have to have y'all
100%. 100%. Really sorry that shit sucks for you, but we're not doing this again. Nope.
quarantine for like a week or something like that.
Flying out supplies, containment, right? This is pretty fucking obvious what to do, right?
But it's immoral. The communist government of Spain wants to let them back into society and integrate. Yeah, the communist government of Spain can go fuck itself, actually. Suicidal entities literally existing to rape you, all right? We'll bring in infinite rapists and people with deadly pestilence. All right? Get out of here, man. I'm sorry.
I need 2 more forged iron, that's why.
Your sacrifice is a sacrifice I am willing to make. One of the strong men in charge, not these like emotional puddles of clay and mud. Now, this entire toxic empathy that's been sweeping over the world is actually falling apart right now. It's pretty level to watch. And I think the most obvious case example of this that we could point to right now is England. England had elections last night, and they went tremendously for people that don't want to import people that have a religion that wants to destroy your entire civilization and conquer it with jihad. If you're Islamophobic, today is like a new Hanukkah. All right, we got insane stuff going on. Hassan melting down, the other Hassan melting down. For example, this is Mehdi Hassan. He just did a whole debate with Michael Knowles, and he got so humiliated. Right, you know, he keeps calling out Michael Knowles and stuff. And he denies the Christian genocide in Nigeria. It is total Islam destruction today.
As for Nigeria, number one, it's not a genocide of Christians. The First Lady of Nigeria...
It literally is. It literally is a genocide of Christians in Nigeria, where Islamists massacred around 100,000 Christians over the last decade.
...is a Christian. The defense minister is a Christian. Terrorist groups like ISIS in Nigeria and Boko Haram kill Muslims and Christians alike. It's a horrific violence, but it's not a Christian genocide. No one actually believes that.
The crazy thing is, this dude will talk about the pretendicide in Gaza and be like, oh, that's obviously a genocide because they started a war and lost. But the Islamists massacring hundreds of thousands of Christians in Nigeria is like a nothing. It's literally a nothing.
And even if it was, that's not the debate.
Yeah, and even if it was, it's you know, more Christians have been killed in Nigeria in the last decade than Palestinians killed in the last century. And that's true, actually. And it's insane watching this person just dance around this, because obviously Muslims can never do anything wrong. This guy you'd think is like, this is Mehdi Hassan. He's like, he worked for CNN, and he's based, and yes, he's funded by the government of Qatar, but he's just as American as me and you. He has American citizenship and British citizenship. He's just as American as all of us. Right? Actively downplaying Islamic genocide and jihad and terrorism. Well, people are really tired of it. Now, for example, Muslims in Plano, Texas are bragging about the Islamic takeover of America.
Why are you guys just like Americans?
Takeover. I'm American. I've been a Texas.
This is not how Americans dress. No, it's not. This is a takeover. This is a displacement. You guys are wearing dresses. This is not how men dress. This is not how men dress. You guys are dressed like...
Bringing up Israel. But Israel, though.
Women, though, out here.
Your ability to practice your religion is one thing, but you guys are changing the culture, the dress, the style of language, everything. All of the street corner sides are different.
Let's go to school in high school. I have to wear what Americans wear, right? We're all Americans.
Okay, so why aren't you dressed like an American now? You went to high school dressed...
I come to your country, and then I am just as American as anyone else.
Like an American now, but you're dressed like a terrorist invader.
Oh my fucking god. Dude, people are so tired of it, man. Alright, just understand what's going on, alright? So, Iranian man who raped his lodger in London can't be deported in case he is persecuted in his homeland for being a rapist. Do we understand what's going on? Do we understand what's going on in this country? What suicide empathy? Every day there's a new article and there's a new story that makes me want to shoot myself in the fucking dick. All right, this is the craziest thing in the world. Right, we can't deport him. What if he's punished in his home country? Right, so just understand, elections just happened, and this is the day that the woke, gay, race communists in England are dead. All right, so Reform, which is the only right-wing party on the ballot right here, because Restore is not there yet. Reform, which is, by the way, not even like right-wing enough. They're like the gay right-wing, all right? And they won by a landslide. Oh my God, I've never seen this before. So, as Labour, which is the gay libtards that are currently running the government, falls apart in front of the world's eyes, David Lammy, who's the mouthpiece of the gay libtards, he goes out there screaming about how it's not a proper election.
Oh, look, I mean, I think, one, let's wait and see the results come in. Two, I remember in 2019, the then Brexit party doing extremely well in the European elections that then all fell away by the time we get to the proper elections. So, the truth is...
Yeah, so it's totally not indicative of anything that we are losing in absolute droves to the people that want to limit immigration, all right? Like, for example, dude, here, look. This is the UK's most wanted criminals, all right? This is just scroll through it. Wanted for murder, wanted for murder, wanted for murder, wanted for murder, wanted for murder. Just scroll through it. Every single one of them. And it's like, none of them are white. It's probably a coincidence, right? It's probably a coincidence, right? You know, Nigel Farage, he's in front of Reform. Reform is currently winning 1 in 3 seats all over the country. We're truly a national party and here to stay. The thing is, I don't actually like this guy. I really want the even more right-wing party to win. But the craziest part is, he's just the alternative to the infinite Islamic takeover. And people are voting for that. Because what's the alternative? So Zahra Hussein, pretty awesome, a large voice against the far right, an immigrant, Islamic immigrant into England. All right, the polls have closed. I'm angry, upset, disappointed, and I feel sick. I feel sick. There were all these predictions that Reform, the gay libtards, would win multiple councils. Awful day for British politics. Yeah, it's definitely an awful day for British politics if you're a race communist or if you're a Pakistani. All right, awful day for Pakistani politics. No, we wake up to Reform dominating British politics. As Muslims, we should be very worried about the future of Britain. Yes, you should. Do not rape a generation of white girls next time, and you would not have this issue. Wow, I keep coming up with such incredible solutions every time. You'd think they'd hire me for coming up with this shit. You know, there'd be a lot less Islamophobia if there was less Islamic terrorism, for example. We have a few years until the general election to reform government, and Farage PM are depressing. Well, it's going to be even more depressing when Restore actually wins, the actual right-wing party, instead of the gay right. All right, now this is Nigel Farage, the right-wing candidate that actually won, big.
It's a big day. It's a big day, not just for our party, but for a complete reshaping of British politics.
Take a little smoke break while I'm waiting for my forward down.
It goes to show that over the course of the last 2 years, since we made that breakthrough in the general election, we have professionalised the party. We've done it at a very rapid rate.
So the truth is, the reason why so many people are voting for him, you might not be aware of this, but the major reason why so many people are voting for him is because they really hate the fact that there's the infinite Muslim rape of white kids in England. And it's really upsetting people, actually. I can't possibly understand why. But the thing is, and it's important to be aware of what's going on, these guys are not right-wing enough. So this is literally just, they're voting for him, not because he's the candidate they want, but because at least he's not the import infinite Muslim. Right? Now, Keir Starmer, the guy who lost miserably, oh, dude, the cope is crazy.
I'm not going to walk away and plunge the country...
I will not walk away! He's going to walk away.
...into chaos. We were elected to deal with these challenges, and that's what we will do.
Has Ed Miliband asked you to set out a timetable for your departure?
Well, I think Ed Miliband has dealt with this and made absolutely clear that he supports me.
What do you say to those in your party they don't think you're getting it and they're calling for your resignation? What do you say to would-be challenges?
The fact that his own party is calling for his resignation, the biggest humiliation in global politics ever.
And the party, what's your message?
Well, I think it's very important that we don't sugarcoat these results, so I'm not going to do that. They are tough results. I accept
They are tough. I lost in a landslide, the biggest landslide anyone's ever lost in. But I'm not gonna resign. They don't call me queer Stalin for nothing.
they reflect voters who don't feel that their lives have changed enough.
Yeah, because the economy is an absolute shit, immigration is an absolute nightmare, and the police is covering up crime from gangs because you don't want to be Islamophobic. Yeah, I wonder why people are upset with your policy, dude. Oh my god, just absolutely humiliating every step of the way. Alright, so this is him coping a little bit more. Yeah.
They are very tough.
Yes, sir.
And there is no sugarcoating it.
Nope, you lost bad.
We have lost brilliant Labour representatives. These are people who put so much into their communities.
Yes, so much rape specifically. That is one of their major contributions to British society.
So much into our party and our movement.
Not enough. Y'all lost.
And that hurts.
Big.
And it should hurt. And I take responsibility.
Go brave.
When voters
responsibility to quit, but enough responsibility to virtue signal.
Send a message like this. We must reflect and we must respond.
So you're going to deport the invaders? No.
I think the vast majority of people do understand that we face huge challenges as a country.
True. Almost all of them self-inflicted. I'm not trying to be rude here, but you literally caused almost every issue in British society. And it's so sad. You know, there are real problems that affect real people around the world. And England is completely self-induced issues. The economy is dead because you guys are rerouting everything that's made by and people in England rerouted to people that invaded England. All right, the streets are less safe because you refuse to address the problem because you don't want to look Islamophobic. All right. You have gangs of retards and terrorists taking over your country. There's a new attack against Jews or Christians almost every single day in England right now. From lighting churches to synagogues on fire, firebombing ambulances, stabbing Jews, shooting Jews in Manchester, stabbing them in Golders Green, raping white girls across the entire nation. All right, like, I'm not even gonna lie to you. This is insanity. It is mayhem. It's an apocalypse of your own design, all right? And the only person you can blame is yourself. All right, and you lost miserably in the election, and instead of actually acknowledging this, you're like, well, I guess we need to do more things. Maybe we should tax them higher or something. It's honestly insane. Oh, but the environment's important, so we're not going to have oil. That's right. We're not going to actually drill for oil because the environment's important. So oil prices go up. Where are you going to get your oil from? Well, Russia. You're going to get your oil from fucking Russia and fucking Iran. All right, so when America gets to war with Iran, because Iran is trying to nuke us, all right, when America gets into war with them, you guys are going to be fucked. All right, when you are funding Ukraine to fight Russia, and you are funding Russia because you need their oil because you refuse to drill. You understand how cut this nation is. It's heartbreaking, man.
We've had a series of economic shocks.
Yeah, how did that happen?
Recent years.
Well, it must be America's fault for killing terrorists. Not your own fault because you refuse to drill for oil.
And there's a very difficult international situation that we face. They know that.
Yeah, the reason why people aren't voting for you has nothing to do with America blowing up terrorists in the Middle East. Zero. All right, in fact, Nigel Farage, the guy that they're all voting for right now, supports the United States war with Iran. All right? He openly said if he was prime minister, he would have joined the fight on our side against Iran. So the people that are voting for him, it's not because America's at war with Iran. All right? It's because of a domestic issue.
But they still want their lives to improve.
And yet they're taxed into oblivion while generated by the people that the tax dollars are funding.
They still want to see the change that we promised. They know the status quo is letting them down and they're frustrated.
Yes, they are.
They don't feel...
I wonder why. So this is the saddest shit I've seen in my entire life. Bro, the Brits are so done with the legalism, bro. They're so tired of it. Like, they're not allowed to talk about it openly or they'll go to jail, right? There are more people arrested for, like, you know, social media posts than rape in this goddamn rock, all right? Turns out, calling the working class far-right racists for the last 20 months was not the best idea. Bro lost everything. And we know exactly why. Because this is what he was preaching.
We must be declared. Because the British Muslim community It's not defined by this. It is defined by the success.
That's right. The British Muslim community is defined by the success.
The brilliance and the creativity.
Muslims are just a successful, brilliant, and creative people.
In rooms like this, by contribution, the
Muslims have contributed so much to Britain's history. It's art and it's education.
To make the Britain story a part of national life. That is how it's defined. In business, in art, in education, in public service. You're the face of modern Britain.
You are the face of modern Britain. Wow. I can't possibly imagine how this guy lost his election. You are the face of modern Britain, he says. Dog, look at this shit.
There is not a single white British child in 72 schools across England. Wow. In 454 schools, white British children make up less than 2% of the student body. White.
And guess who's funding these schools? Taxes. Guess who's paying the taxes?
British children are also now a minority in 1 in 4 schools. Will there be a White History Month to help with these minority children to feel?
I sure doubt it. I sure doubt it. One of Britain's first gay dads and his husband are charged with rape, sexual assault, and modern slavery trafficking for sexual exploitation. This is once again one of those things that never happens, that keeps happening. To understand what I mean, if you actually look at the results of all of these elections, so Reform, the gay right-wing party, they got plus 1,580. That's insane. All right, if you look at Labour, all right, this is the party that's currently in power. They got minus 1,597. They basically all jumped from leftist to right-wing immediately. Green, which is the gay libtards, they went up by 344. Muslim Independent up. They have a Muslim independent party that is growing rapidly, bro. Finished country, man. It's so cooked. Unless you do something. Now, to understand how cooked Europe is, for ISIS, the entire broader Euro-cuck phenomenon, for ISIS wives and their 9 children returned to Australia after being given and issued new passports by the Australian state despite spending years in the Al-Hol prison camp in Syria. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Qatar Airways bringing the ISIS brides back to Australia. They import their own debt, and they wonder how this happened. Four ISIS brides and their 9 children returned to Australia. Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke confirms that the group will travel from Syria and arrive in Australia on Thursday evening. All 4 women and their children are Australian citizens holding Australian passports. Many of the women were wives or widows of prominent Australian ISIS members. Why the fuck are you taking these people? Why? Oh my god, and it's insane, and they're just so suicidally empathetic that they will do this to themselves. This is the moment. ISIS brides arrived in Australia. At least 3 women, 5 children recently brought out of Syrian refugee camps landed in Melbourne. Isn't that beautiful? That's beautiful. That's so nice. It's so nice that they care about themselves. Now, obviously, the normies are getting radicalized in real time because nothing radicalizes people against Islam like, you know, the rape of an entire generation of white women as they advocate and proudly proclaim their planned takeover of your country. So Hassan Piker is in America currently trying to run a campaign for a Michigan terrorist supporter, Abdul El-Sayed, who he's trying to make a senator, and Asmongold obliterated him. Now, Asmongold, in my stance, is a relative normie when it comes to Islam. I know this is going to be a hard one to hear, but when it comes to Islam, Asmongold doesn't realize it's a theocratic ideology that quite literally wants a world apocalypse for their actual goal. And he is slowly but surely getting fucking radicalized and realizing, wait a second, this ideology is a little bit fucking evil.
Yeah. Dan Stalkman.
Oh, wow.
He wrote an article for the Free Press.
So first, this is Hassan crying that someone wrote an article calling him a terrorist supporter, which he is.
As a matter of fact. Abdul El-Sayed and the Decline of the Senate is the title of the article. Yes. The Free Press is so fucking desperate that they got Diddy Dan to write an article. The only article he's ever written is on Abdul El-Sayed. The article itself is, of course...
Well, it would make sense. I mean, Dan's a Jew, and Abdul is a terrorist supporter. So, obviously, if I was a Jew, I'd be like, fuck, man. That stressed me out.
Point. Man. I can't believe the Jews are a little upset that these people are advocating for Hamas terrorism. I can't believe the Jews feel uncomfortable about that.
Yeah, that stressed me out. Like, what do you mean? It's really simple. I mean, fuck.
Unbelievably Islamophobic.
Yeah, you know, everyone cries about how right-wing violence against Jews is so bad and anti-Semitism on the right. Oh my God, a Republican group chat got leaked and someone was making jokes about Hitler. Dog, there are Muslims blowing themselves up in synagogues in the United States. Okay, this just happened like 2 weeks ago. All right, the violence is really not coming from online groypers, okay? And it's really obvious.
Is expected from...
It's Islamophobic whenever you don't accept a refusal to condemn terrorism. Yeah, no, condemning terrorism is not Islamophobic.
Hey.
It's kind of crazy that I feel like saying that is Islamophobic.
No, it's because they support terrorism so openly that they don't even consider it bad. They love terrorists. Terrorists are awesome. Terrorist is the highest civilian honor in Pakistan.
Weird psychopath like Diddy Dan.
Diddy Dan.
This is coming from Hassan Piker, by the way, who literally went to a Diddy party.
I was also shocked that he's literate.
Oh, he's got
I didn't
two
know
names
that was
for
the
him.
case.
Yeah, also, keep in mind, by the way, Islamophobia isn't a real word. It's a made-up word that's invented by people to try to silence critics of political Islam. Nobody has a problem with you going to a mosque, praying 5 times a day, and not eating whenever the sun's out. Nobody cares about that. It's not a big deal. You can do whatever you want to do. But the reality is that there are a lot of people that view Islam as a way of life. And they want to expand that way of life beyond their mosque, beyond their religion.
Bro, it's not beyond their religion. This is what Asmongold keeps missing. The religion calls for them to do it. Listen, man, I've said this many, many times. All right, the Muslims that call themselves Muslims, but they're not actually following the rules of Islam super carefully. It's like, sure, great. I'm sure they might be wonderful people. But if you actually do follow the prescription of Islam, you're probably a terrorist. Again, if you actually read the book, that's kind of what they advocate for. I'm friendly with people that are traditionally Muslim, and they don't actually follow the religion very carefully. Fine, but if you follow the religion, you're going to be a terrorist, in my opinion. And that's because the religion calls for that. It calls for the subjugation of all these other people. It calls for the eradication of polytheists like Christians, because that's what they call them, right? Strike them at the neck. Jews and Christians are the lowest of people. You have to, create an Islamic caliphate where you can create a society where the lower form of life, the second-class citizens, known as the dhimmis, have to pay jizya taxes or protection taxes so that the Muslims don't fucking kill you. And what are we doing here? It is a supremacist ideology. That is what it is. All right, it's not Islamophobic to acknowledge what it is. And so many people don't want to address the fact that that is what it calls for. Now, I think that Islam actually causes a lot of Islamism. A lot of the Islamic terrorists and jihadists are actually just followers of this ideology, brought to its natural conclusion. That, smites the infidel at the neck. Because it says to do that. So again, if you are a Muslim that isn't really following the religion, that's cool. But if you are following the religion, you might be a terrorist, bro.
Into society. And the moment that you say that my worldview, my lifestyle, my religion should be the reason why something should happen or something should not happen, or it changes or shifts the way that anything is perceived, things like terrorism, for example, that is the moment that you leave the realm of having the protection of religious freedom.
The religious freedom to rape and kill Jews in Israel on October 7th, according to Hassan Piker.
That's the realm where there is no longer a phobia. This is an idea that you have.
The religious freedom to light churches on fire across Europe.
And you are projecting this idea out to the public. Will the public accept it or reject it? It's up to them, but regardless of what they choose,
the religious freedom to allow infinite child marriage. You know that 2.3 million children are married to fully grown adults in Iran right now under this Islamic fucking retard dictatorship?
No phobia behind it. It's simply an idea.
But the very fact that he's Muslim and an advocate for Palestinian rights and
has nothing to do with that.
He's not an advocate for Palestinian rights. He's an advocate for terrorism.
Palestinian dignity.
The dignity to rape Jews without being called anti-Semitic.
Has nothing to do with it.
That the Senate is falling apart. We have a network of some of
And
the...
another issue is that these people don't really, like, the reason why they advocate for healthcare is so they can effectively fund more people that are part of their ideology. I don't agree with that at all. I think that's ridiculous. Like, and again, like, I'm okay with giving people health care, but it should be for Americans. It should be for American citizens. They don't want that. They want there to be health care.
Personally, I'm kind of against, like, the socialized healthcare altogether, because I think that shit sucks, and that's why Canada and England have awful healthcare systems, and why every time they actually have issues, they send their patients to America, where they can get real healthcare. But that said, if we did live in a society where there was socialized healthcare, which I don't agree with, I definitely don't want it to be going to illegals before Americans.
For everybody. And the reason why is they want there to be health care for everyone so they can subsidize and fund continuing an invasion into the country.
You will notice almost every single policy pushed by these guys that they claim to be is literally just to give a leg up to foreigners.
That's the reason why. Is that
God,
they
it's
use
so
that
nice
to
watching
create...
him get this shit, man. I love that Asmongold is actually finally acknowledging this stuff.
They basically create this idea of like a socialist utopia, but this utopia only manifests for people that are immigrants inside of the
people that aren't working for a living, people that come to your country illegally.
These communities that receive benefits from other types of biases. Like you saw that in the Somali community.
A great deal of time and effort trying to come after not only me, but also wonderful candidates that would help fight the good fight and would advance the interests of...
Nobody that can't unequivocally condemn October 7th is going to be fighting any good fight.
He's right.
No, really, it's just that simple.
Yeah.
Nope.
If you can't say that actually the completely unprompted rape and torture of... and murder of 1,300 Jews is a bad thing, actually, yeah, you're fucking retarded. But it didn't start on October 7th. So therefore, raping thousands of women is awesome, actually, says Hassan Piker, the terrorist supporter. The truth is, and anyone that knows history knows this, Muslims have been killing Jews for a really long time, and Muslims have been killing Christians for a really long time. Suspiciously, right now there's like 10 global conflicts, 8 of them are Muslims. And I'm being generous, considering Mexico versus the cartels as one of the 10 global conflicts. The only actual war going on right now that's not Muslims is Russia-Ukraine. In fact, if you look throughout history, the number one colonial religion ever is Islam. Oh my god, but the Nakba happened in 1948, where a lot of Arab armies decided to attack Jews because they didn't like them, and then Arabs left their homes expecting to wipe out the Jews and come back. And then the Jews won, so Nakba happened. Let's not address the fact that Muslims were massacring Jews in Palestine territory in 1929, 20 years before that Nakba, right? Or, you know, every single generation before that too, right? Again, it's like, we could go back as far as you want and as long as you want. You'll notice that there's one specific, very violent group of people that for the last 1,400 years have been involved in almost every single gigantic violent conflict in one way or another. So, listen, man, this shit's crazy.
Nobody that can't just immediately condemn that, like without any sort of fine print or but or anything else, like that's nobody's fighting the good fight that's doing that. Fuck Defense October 7th Daily. Well, it's because he supports Muslim terrorism.
Finally! Oh my god! Yeah, that's right.
That's the reason why.
Yeah, the reason why they defend October 7th is not because of some sort of large, gigantic humanitarian issue. It's just because they love Muslim terrorists. And I'm really glad people are finally waking up and realizing that these cultural Muslim people actually love Muslim terrorism. And they support it, actually. And they love it. They really do. They fucking love it. And that's why they'll never talk about it. That's why you'll have Cenk Younger on Piers Morgan talking about how the grooming gangs in England, they're all a hoax made up by the far right. Because they all actually support the Islamic terrorists. Because that's where their loyalty actually lies. And they will do everything in their power to blame everything on Trump or on America or on the Jews or on something else.
Oh shit, I was looking at the wrong
like,
one.
Wait a second, hold up.
I probably
These
ate too much.
are raping my people.
That's alright, I got
the
that.
normies are waking up, motherfucker, because we can actually talk about things publicly now without going to jail. Because we're not in England. And it is so fucking over for the people that thought that we could be shamed into silence by calling us Islamophobes. It is over. Now, every trouble in paradise. Hassan Piker, largest leftist political streamer on the planet, is going through quite a, unfortunately, very messy situation with his girlfriend, Valkyrie. who actually really loves killing life because she's a woman, and she doesn't want to admit it because she's a leftist. And it's really miserable for all of these people. So we are going to be doing a little bit of a deep dive into this situation, because the misery of my enemies that advocate for my death actually pleases me immensely. Now, I know what you're thinking. Nuts, that's pretty petty of you. You want these people that are advocating for your death on their streams to have misery? Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, it is. Very petty.
This is one of the biggest
Get up,
crash outs that
fatso.
Hassan has had in a while.
Let's go, dude.
Bro is literally on his conquest lark right now. He's all like, no one else on the left understands.
Yeah, he alone fights the good fight for America and Palestine. That's the made-up places, like Palestine.
All alone. I'm so lonely.
Listen, party. No one understands the suffering. I just want the left to support terrorists, and there's still some libtards that don't say it out loud. Finally, they're talking about publicly trying to kill Trump, but I really wish they'd all still be killing everyone I don't like. Hassan Piker, ladies and gentlemen, we love him.
I have no support from the Democrats.
Yeah, because you're a terrorist supporter. Democrats, at least, publicly don't want to openly admit that they support terrorism.
Support from the broader leftist movement who say I'm a Zionist.
Meeting yesterday with
You just invented that. That's not real.
It's got you.
In my district.
My chat.
I just have you, my chat. Miserable 45-year-old man, balding, going away alone, miserable, no children, no legacy. Just that one guy that shocked his dog.
Yeah, that's it. This bitch said my name before Candace Owens on the anti-Semitism bill.
Yeah, because while Candace Owens is absolutely a complete fucking retard, at least she's not openly advocating for killing and raping Jews. Candace Owens will say that Jews invented dinosaurs to trick Christians into disbelieving their faith, or Jews invented space, all right, to trick Christians into not believing that the earth is actually flat, or whatever else Candace Owens is pushing on the Jews. The Jews control the American government. I mean, let's be real. I mean, the Jews, obviously, of course the Jews control the American government. This is old news. We've known this for a long time, Candace. Get with the times, all right? Come on. Hassan Piker's just out there be like, yeah, actually killing Jews is based, actually. Like, we should actually just support the terrorists that are killing Jews. So, yeah, understandable.
Then he eats for like 30 seconds without commentary. We'll skip this part.
I'm so alone, dude.
I'm so alone. Trouble in back. My favorite part about leftist policy is it is ultimately just a completely self-defeating system. It's like this movement cannot exist without indoctrination and grooming and importing infinite retards from the third world. It's a system that is ultimately self-defeating, leaving and creating the most miserable people on the fucking planet. Because you want to know what actually brings solace and happiness into your life? Getting married, having children, having a family that looks up to you and loves you, that respects you, that you love in return, that you will give your life for. That's true solace, where you are able to emulate God with your actions, literally creating a family that you want to protect and care for. This is true happiness. And the left hates it. And the left is like, no, actually, you should murder your own children and castrate them. Yeah. You shouldn't actually get married. You should become a girl boss. You should get a degree in underwater sodomy. All right? Let's do it, guys. We should, instead of worrying about building a family, why don't you go protest about how Donald Trump is Hitler, actually?
This shit so much. Please sue. I'm gonna end the broadcast right now, I think. If one more dumb fuck in my chat says, please sue, I'm just gonna end it. I'm gonna end it all. I'm gonna end my life, okay? In a video game.
Whoa! Don't get me going! Okay, I don't support that, obviously. I just want Hassan Piker to go to jail or get deported. I don't want him to die.
Hassan is upset.
I would really, ideally, in an ideal world, Hassan Piker would be deported and go to Turkey, where he would go to jail as a traitor and a retard and a gay person, all right? And where he is forced from
and a gay person
to watch my content. That is the dream. That is the dream.
That Democratic rep Gottheimer.
He literally just tweeted today. It's like, my ops are going crazy, with like a picture of me. So, obviously, we live in rent-free in this Turkish roach's head.
Is on CNN, and that they're all criticizing him on the broadcast.
Yeah.
I'm skipping that
because he supports terrorism.
Because it's like 30 seconds of these people on CNN rambling while Hassan stuffs his face. It's a very off-putting clip, but that's a TLDR of the context.
There's no world in the United States of America where you can pursue litigation of this sort as a public figure. Some of you do
I
not.
love how this dude is crying it up. You know, he slandered me. He called me a pedophile on his stream. With zero evidence, obviously, because it's not true. All right? I've only been with one person in my life, and that is the woman I am married to. All right? I preach the traditional lifestyle because I live it, and it's awesome, thank God. But Hassan Piker goes out there, and he calls me a pedophile. All right, in front of his millions of people. And I can't fucking sue this guy, because to win an actual slander case in the United States, because thank God we have freedom of speech, I am ultimately a public figure, so I can't actually prove that without proving some sort of actual damages. And, I mean, my career is going well. I get more views on my videos than he does on his videos. So, obviously, he really doesn't like that very much. However, I can't prove damages. Just felt like it was an important point on the internet. I get more views on my videos than the biggest leftist political commentator on the planet. I just thought that was important to note.
I comprehend that, okay? Still fucking annoying to constantly have to be compared to Candace Owens, dude. So frustrating.
You know, honestly, I feel that. That's rough, buddy.
You know what? I'll give us on that one, though. Being compared to Candace Owens would be horrific.
My parents think you're an
I
anti-Semite.
feel like we should compare him more to, like, other people like Nasrallah or some other terrorist supporter.
My parents do? Okay, great. Well, maybe you should do a better job of explaining to them that that's not the case.
And why is
Is he crashing out on his stream to tell his chat to explain to their parents why Hassan Piker is not like Candace Owens? Absolute sin. It's crazy how the horseshoe theory is just completely vindicated every time. The far right, as they call far right. She's just a leftist. All right, but they call her a far right. A far right person. Get out of here.
This guy always derailing his stream to pull up random chatters. Now he's got beef with this random.
Let's go.
Just do your show. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and yes, I know there are entire Reddit discords and Twitter communities with nothing but my haters who live to fucking have me read their stupid ass comment and like get mad in the process. I know. I don't want the best for people, man. It sucks.
It supports the rape of Jews. Which is awesome. Yeah, I think America deserves 9/11 and that my audience should go kill Senator Rick Scott, but I just want what's best for people, dude.
To just like be professionally misunderstood all the goddamn time. It's so fucking annoying. And stop falling for it. You will never understand what it's like.
Oh no, he's pulling up another chatter. Here we go again.
That's just the reality, okay? You're not in this.
I am literally suffering so much. I have a mansion and a $200,000 Porsche and designer clothes, and I live with $50 million in the bank. You will never understand.
Position, I will never be able to communicate it to you, okay? It's just virtually impossible. This is an unbelievably sophisticated machine.
Oh, God damn it. Why am I using that?
Never stops. It's day in, day out. It's backed by a shit ton of people who have nothing else to live for. And you're over here making it seem
I love how
like...
this dude is miserable and alone. And all these people with families that actually don't like the idea that we have Islamic terrorism in our country. And this dude is like, oh, you have nothing to live for.
I'm just too weak.
You know, I'd almost feel bad for him. I didn't bring this all upon himself.
I would feel a little bad for him, maybe.
And show no accountability for that. Like, he's actually confused about why people have this opinion of him, as if he's not the one who put out so many horrible statements over the years. Then, of course, there's also the whole Kaya stuff, but we've talked about that plenty. We also have an update on Valkyrie, Hassan's apparent girlfriend or not. I don't even know what's going on with that. Apparently they broke up or something. Whole thing's been weird for a long time, but let's start with this. Valkyrie says online hate about her age led to her canceling collabs.
Back to the main point that happened this past week.
Hate about her age means she is very self-conscious that she's getting old. Her eggs are drying up and falling out of her vagina, and she's never gonna have children.
Vagina.
Ultimately, that's what women want. You know, a lot of people say most women want kids. All women want kids. Some women don't admit it to themselves, but I think all women want kids.
Well, obviously, it's nothing I never want to admit this, but it really affected me over the years. Like, all the hate, all of the, like, oh, you're too old for this, you suck.
Man, that sucks. Shane, you're worth $50 million and can literally leave the public eye whenever you wanted to, but instead of doing that, you refuse. You refuse. You need to keep girl bossing. Look, man, this is the most self-induced issue of all time.
Start a family. It actually did get to me, admittedly. Boy, that's so sad. Yeah, it fucked me up.
The good news is she has her girlfriend to gather gas her up about how she's actually completely vindicated about her complaints.
No, I don't want it to. It has, you know, because
again,
because
very
I start
human.
thinking like, you're right. What am I doing? And it's
True! True! Haters correct once again.
oh man, like,
You're living your
but this is
best
like
life.
my career.
She's not. She is literally not married, no kids, getting old, no purpose in life, nothing. And yeah, no, she's totally right. She's right. Yeah.
Here, like I'm
You like
having.
this. You
Yeah,
have
I
friends
like
here.
this.
Oh, you have a YouTube channel, and you have friends that gas you up on feminist bullshit.
First of all, it's kind of funny that Lily Pichu stopped doing the Sweet and Sour podcast with Pokimane, but now she's doing a podcast with Valkyrie. Maybe it's a one-episode thing. I don't know. That is funny. It's like the same person, basically. Real talk, though. This is a great example of toxic positivity, something that we've seen permeates notoriously throughout the AAA gaming industry.
It's AAA game. It's feminism. It is literally feminism. It's this toxic femininity. All right, toxic empathy. Nah. That's nothing like toxic positivity. Nah. That's toxic femininity. This is the most classic toxic feminine trait ever. And there's a lot of amazing, positive, fantastic feminine traits. This is not one of them. Gassing up the girl that's literally fucking killing herself? Nah. Sorry, dude.
It's a bit of a side note. Why is this toxic positivity, though? Because for a moment, Valkyrie actually was considered...
For a moment, she had a moment of lucidity where she actually did realize that her life is kind of worthless, the way it stands right now, completely miserable and alone, but just grinding to be a girl boss. And her girlfriend immediately squashed that notion in her head. No, you're doing everything right. The girl boss life is better. That's why it's toxic.
Having some self-reflection. There's actually nothing wrong with her being in her 30s, mid-30s, and thinking, hey, do I want to do this my whole life?
Nothing wrong. No, she doesn't want to do this her whole life. Oh my god.
Maybe at some point I want to...
10 years before this, she'd have some kids. Her life would be drastically better. And she doesn't want to admit that to herself.
Like, unwind with this public presence, get a family, have kids. There is nothing wrong with her thinking about such a thing. And Valkyrie even says for a moment she was thinking like, oh, those people are right. What am I doing? And again, whether she agrees with them or...
I'm not endorsing any harassment of any of these people, by the way. I don't think you should go out there and harass these people. Just like, learn from a perspective of an educational perspective. Because I have an education channel, first and foremost. Yeah, this bitch fucking up her own life.
Not, it still shows self-reflection and an interest in improving as a person, as leveling up. But Lily Pichu instantly starts giving this toxic positivity, like, no, you're just being human. You're living your best life.
No, but
not necessarily. You don't know that. Again, there's nothing wrong with her considering other options.
Like,
You're living your
there is in the feminoid worldview.
This is like my career. Like I'm
You like
having.
this. You have
Yeah, I
friends
like
here.
this. And so I realized, especially
That's
in the
right,
past
squash
few
her back in that box. She almost escaped the cage.
years, because I'm 34 now, I've tried
Clock is ticking.
to avoid situations where age might become the topic. And so, for example, I was supposed to do a collab with Your Rage, and it was supposed to be an IRL stream, just one-on-one, but I asked, I was like, hey, can we do like a gaming thing with a group? Do it in a group. And so we did Mario Party with Extra Emily and Leslie, and it was really fun. It was awesome. It was fun. I was also supposed to go to the Philippines with Jason Leween, and it was like a one-on-one thing, and I realized, I was like, man, I just like don't want to IRL stream. Like I actually just want to stay home and be comfortable. So I ended up canceling that. And
Her
also,
body is screaming at her to get married and become a mom. And she is screaming back at her very physiology. No! The girl boss lifestyle is better. This is like actually heartbreaking, man.
so the scheduling didn't work out anyways. But and then there's this beautiful 19-year-old, just incredible creator. She can sing, gorgeous. Her name is Yana. And we've been talking for a while about collabing. I didn't want to do an IRL stream, but I also wanted to like plan something that'd be appropriate. And the way I worded it on stream, it came off as if I didn't want to collab with her because she was 19, which is just simply not true.
So for context on this, Valkyrie was getting criticism for declining this collab specifically because she phrased the age gap as inappropriate, which people thought was weird phrasing. But there's nothing wrong with someone in their mid-30s not wanting to do an IRL stream collab with someone who's a decade and a half younger than they are. You know, most people when they go out, they tend to want to be around people that are close to their age group. So there's nothing wrong with that. But now she's saying that's not the problem.
Hey, what's
So
up?
she's been all over the place with this. I don't even know what her stance actually is at this point.
We were planning things.
I know what her stance is. Her stance is she desperately wants to stay home. She wants to stay home, get married, and have kids. But she also is literally living the best life. She's making millions. She's famous. And it's stopping her from being happy.
I think that she's so talented. I want to be
I'm doing all right.
that younger streamers can look up to and that I can help raise up.
I mean, I'm just...
You are literally, I mean this is no offense, you're a bad role model. You are a bad role model.
Just streaming. They were alright time. Went back to my original game, 7 Days to Die.
Household with a husband. That's a role model.
Oh God, I wish. I'm just a poorly spoken person. That's a lot of fucking trauma. And I feel like I'm also too open for my own good, honestly. But yeah. But at the end of the day, I realize I think I've been putting it off so long because I don't want to admit that I had a problem.
I got a fairly decent viewership.
Like push me off. You know what I mean? Which is really stupid at the end of the day because like it really is just a small bubble. It's like the worst people in the world.
The reason why it's affecting her so much is because they're right. Obviously, not all the caters are right, but some of them are right, man. And it's eating her alive because she kind of knows they're right. And inside, she desperately believes them.
Alrighty.
I want them to win. No, I will not back down. I will not take accountability. No. It's really heartbreaking. Look, man, I get so many haters. Like, insane amounts. I get death threats. I get haters.
Give me a second, I'll look at it.
Stories about how I was blown up by Iranian missiles or some shit. But I get it every single day. Every day, I get these death threats and hate and all this garbage. And you know what? I really don't fucking care. Like, don't bother me in my IRL life. I literally do not fucking care. At all, actually. I'm incredibly, thank God, blessed to have the life that I do, to have the family that I do, to have the community and support that I have. And I recognize that. And I thank God for it every single day. And I do not give a shit about what the retards say about me because, honestly, ever since I've been doing politics content, I have been doing my absolute best to be completely upfront and honest and push a true message, a positive, true message. And I don't care how messy and how ugly it sounds, or how blunt it sounds sometimes, or how abrasive it might seem to people, because I think I'm pushing the truth and the word of God as much as I possibly can. Sorry, I'm tired of infinite child castration and genital mutilation and infinite abortion.
I haven't received anything yet.
That shit, and I will talk out about it. And yes, I will lose friends because of it online. And yes, I don't care. And yes, your boos mean nothing because I've seen what makes you cheer.
But I will keep an eye on it.
The boos actually affect Valkyrie is because she knows the boos are right. When I get a leftoid making some hit piece on me. So someone made a video about me, like a 2-hour-long video.
If you could give me a name on Discord that I should be looking for, that would help me out a lot.
Bro. Do not care.
It'll help me.
Video. I just saw the title and thumbnail. But like, what I'm trying to say is,
you know what I mean.
The reason why the boos are affecting you is because the boos are right. If the boos really
because before I go to after I'm done streaming, before I go to sleep, I'm gonna check Discord again.
Yeah, poking and etc. Yeah, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get a therapist. I've got one. I'm gonna actually get off Twitter. I need to stop explaining myself, and I'm just gonna freaking show love to the people that deserve it. I know I've said this before.
I check Discord before and after each stream, and
just gonna reinforce the bullshit biases.
I usually have it running in the background when I'm working on the computer.
It's so sad that we live in a society like this where so many people are just lost.
Okay.
But yeah.
This is just sad, man.
Yeah.
It's sad because, as we've talked about already, Valkyrie actually is capable of self-reflection, but she constantly diverts away from it. Now she's talking about getting a therapist, and it's like, dude, you already know what the problem is and what changes you need to make. Instead of getting toxic positivity from Lily Pichu and probably from the therapist next, put in the work and make those changes. Lastly, if you haven't seen this,
I'll
this
probably.
is why people are saying that Valkyrie
what time is it now? It's 8 o'clock. I'll probably only do it for about maybe another hour or two.
I've been crying a lot.
Yeah, probably. I wouldn't. Not more than 2 hours.
This is something you tell your husband, man, not your fucking Twitch chat. What are we doing?
But I can. I'll check I'll check Discord here in like half an hour.
Okay, it's more so. I've been speaking to my I spoke to my ex a lot, and their messages were really sad, and I feel so. It's very emotional. Very emotional. Yeah, but you know, it's life is lifing, and it's like, wow, holy crap, I can't believe. Yeah, sorry to hear that. No, it's okay. It's just, it just makes me wonder, you know, what life could have been like if, you know, things were different. It's like
if I wasn't famous and instead was married and had family.
it's sad. It's just life
brutal,
is sad.
man.
You know,
Yeah,
just
brutal.
sometimes when. You know, I'm sure you guys.
I just can't believe how parasocial so many streamers are. That's really all I got to say about that.
Yeah, that is miserable. Absolutely miserable. But yeah, anyway, Trouble in Paradise. Wow, you go woke, you go broke, you woke too close to the sun, yada yada, etc. etc. But yeah, it's crazy how every single leftist policy is just so obviously self-destructive. They have to literally mind rape you to keep you on track. It's heartbreaking. It really is. I really do hope that she figures shit out and finds a way to be happy moving forward. Just fucking sucks, man. Really sucks that she dated a terrorist reporter, I guess. That probably didn't help. Anyway, that was today's chunkiest deep dive on all the things. This was a huge one, actually. I did a lot of stuff. Lots of things, lots of deep dives, but there was a lot going on. And as you know, I do a deep dive every day, as much as I can, every day, another deep dive. Everybody subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much for all the support. You guys are incredible. And honestly, make something of your lives. Okay, all right. Well, listen, man. Listen, from a purely atheistic, utilitarianist perspective, okay? Purely utilitarianist and atheistic. You should be religious and follow the Word of God, because it just gives you the best lifestyle. All right, forget all the spiritual stuff. But the Word of God is also just awesome, purely on a materialistic perspective. All right, get married, have children. Sounds pretty great to me. Oh, and also it's true, and therefore you'll find spiritual fulfillment as well. Added bonus, I suppose. Anyway, really appreciate you guys for being here. You're awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I am Simon, your host. Today's episode, Scrooge McDuck the Terrorist, brought to you by my writer, Dennis. Thank you, Dennis. This is an absolute beast. Dennis included a little comment at the front here from one of these things, from one of the previous videos, like a comment on YouTube saying, from Arathi, thank you if I'm pronouncing that right. Dennis, mate, can you please write a novel? I'm serious. And so Dennis did. It's 52 pages long. Good. Let's kill it. There's 3 pages of like a preamble, but it's basically a 50-page script. We're gonna be here a while. Settle in, relax. I hope you enjoy the show. If you're new here, welcome. The foremost, of course, is I've never read this before. Dennis has essentially written me a book, and I'm going to sit here for probably the better part of my workday, when you include breaks and everything, and read this book to you. Maybe it'll take more than one day. Let's find out. Let's jump in. Crime. There's a lot of faces. Yet upon closer inspection, most of them look terrifyingly human. There's something strangely captivating about the macabre beckoning us to explore. The sun is the thrill of the chase, the challenge of piecing clues together, the satisfaction of seeing justice served, but sometimes we find ourselves magically drawn to outlaws and villains for reasons that are not so easily explained. Yeah, and sometimes it's just because people are sick. Sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I'm going to skip over the bit where the person's removing people's eyes and inserting them into their butts and then taking them out and eating them. I made that up. Don't quite know how or where the fuck I got that from. But it's like, I'll skip over that bit because I'll be like, I didn't need to read that. And I don't think you need to. People will be like,
Simon, read the disgusting bits. Simon, I can't believe you cut that out.
And I'm like, oh, this channel isn't for you sicko.
We're here to entertain, not to heal.
As I always say, less Saw and more CSI. This applies not only to true crime stories, but also to fictional ones. We root for Walter White, Dexter Morgan, and Tyler Durden with sincere admiration, utterly oblivious to the fact that by idealising them, we've missed the point of the plot entirely. Yeah, I haven't seen Fight Club in a really long time. I definitely with Dexter Morgan, the serial killer who kills the bad guys. I was rooting for him hard through that show. With Breaking Bad, I rooted for Walter White at the beginning, and then very quickly I didn't because he became a monster.
You and your eyebrows.
Like, no one was rooting for Walter White by the end of that show, were they? Surely not. You were just like, I hope he either gets killed or his cancer comes back and kills him. That sounds like, I hope his cancer comes back and takes him away from the world, is a phrase that should never be uttered. But in Walter White's case, I was like, oh my god, come on, he deserves it. He became a monster. This is not necessarily because we approve of their actions, but due to a faint glimmer of recognition. Oh yeah? I don't know about Walter White. Walter White more than like Dexter Morgan. My desire to kill anybody is pretty much zero. But my desire to become a meth kingpin? Well, let's talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Their primal desire for violence and destruction still lurks beneath the paved surface of civilization, and even though this force rarely erupts, we can sometimes feel its tamed movements in the uncharted trenches of our own psyche. It is with this uncanny blend of horror and self-observation that we peer into the true crime abyss, leaving us wondering if the difference between the perpetrators and ourselves is truly that profound. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes it's like, oh, okay, this person did this because of that. I'd be like, yeah. I mean, like, I could put myself in that position. But I don't know. It's like, I feel like on one episode I was like, yeah, I could kill someone if necessary. And people were like, whoa, Simon's steady on. And I'm like, is that so unusual? Like, there's definitely situations where it would be like, people do this every day. Like, legally. In, like, wars and shit. And it's like, yeah, if you're in that position, I'm pretty sure I could do that. Like, and if you think you can't, you probably could, because, like, the military and stuff, really good at training you to be able to kill people. It's kind of what they do. There was something, I don't want to butcher the facts too much, but I think I made a video about this once. There was, until, like, the mid-20th century, I think it was after World War II, soldiers were really bad at killing other people. They'd be great with guns, they'd be good at all of this stuff, but when it came to killing someone, they were like, oh no, I don't like that, that's another person. And so what they did is they started changing the targets and target practice to cutouts of people, and it made it much easier, and the soldiers became much more effective at killing people. I think this was an American-specific example, but I think Vietnam became the first war where this kind of post-indoctrination of shooting at targets of people rather than just circular targets became a thing. I'm sure I'm butchering these facts, but it was like a crazy statistic jump of how many people were willing to kill people after just like changing what the targets looked like. Because the military's really good at getting people to kill people. What a genius insight, Simon. Well done. And when the credits of yet another episode roll, we may be left with the low-key impression of having learned something about ourselves, subdued and sealed away by the much greater force that is our morality. I mean, you're the one watching the guy who has literally 22 writers locked up in his basement for entertainment purposes. I position to disagree, Dennis. We've talked about this. Don't mention the basement. You've got to mention that you're free and happy and living on the outside, Dennis. Come on.
Am I right, Dennis?
What you did, you upset him. No, you.
At first glance, this episode unfurls the career of a terrorist, an out-of-control mastermind driven by the lowest of motives, toying with human lives as though they were entirely worthless. I'll report an arguably the most notorious crime series of post-war Germany, committed by a twisted soul that could have gone down in the annals as a disgrace. But let me emphasize the important part here. He could have. He actually became a national hero instead. I just recorded an episode, I can't remember what it was, and it was titled like, oh, it was a Chopper Reed episode that David wrote for me. And David lived in Australia, and he was like, this guy's, like, revered. And I finished that episode being like, yeah, he's a piece of, isn't he? Apparently he's beloved in Australia as an outlaw. And I'm like, yeah, that's because he told, like, a really good fictitious story of his life. But the guy's a douche. Or he was. He died. I think it was cancer in the end of God or something. I think he drank so much his liver died. That was it, his liver died. And he got like cirrhosis, not cancer. Is cirrhosis cancer? Is that a type of cancer? Probably not, right? That's just when your liver gets all ruined because you drank too much.
All we gotta do is tell the story right.
This is the story of the most cunning, most intelligent offender we've covered on this channel so far. His genius being reminiscent of an over-the-top movie character. Even though this is a truthful account of real events, every other paragraph will feel like a Hollywood screenplay, yet the deeper we delve into this roller coaster of a case, the more you'll realise this episode is actually all about you. Also, as an unexpected detour from our usual narrative journey, we're not dissecting the past, we're confronting it head-on. For the first time on the Casual Criminal.
I think you're the first person ever to comment on my YouTube.
Mastermind himself, who, despite now leading a secluded life, agreed to share his side of the story with us. Oh, this is cool. Dennis sent me a box. Hold on. He sent me a copy of this dude's autobiography, which is entirely in German. So I won't be reading this later. And a signed photo of the dude. I already like him. it's also in German, but this is still very cool. I didn't crease this, Dennis. I'm sorry. The postal service creased it. I don't know why. The box was quite beat up. It was an experience, to say the least. Easily the weirdest encounter of my entire life. And I say this as someone who was once lectured about Japanese rope bondage by a nun at an airport cafeteria. Okay. I dare propose a wager. Over the course of the next few hours, you'll carve out a vivid image of this perpetrator and forge your own moral verdict about him, and you will feel somewhat certain about your conclusions. Yet once I reveal his utterly surprising response to one specific and very basic interview question, I assure you, any initial conclusions will be upended in an instant. Depending on your interpretation, this might very well be our first episode, where the culprit is genuinely the good guy. Okay, let's see. I feel a little bit biased because I've got his autobiography, he signed this thing for me, but I'll try and be impartial. Okay, let's go. Scrooge McDuck greets his nephews. Hamburg, Germany, 1922. The foreboding calm clothed the street as if the boulevard of shuttered shops and closed restaurants had been paralyzed with sudden anticipation. No footsteps echoed through the night. No voices betrayed the presence of any nearby pedestrians. Only the distant noise of passing cars broke the silence every once in a while. But if someone had been there to witness the moment, they would have detected a certain unease tugging at their attention. The flimsy piece was deceitful and vibrant to the touch. A premonition of something vast hung heavy in the atmosphere as a sinister pulse wormed its way through the towering facade flanking the street. You could hear it emerge from the golden shop windows where high-end household items were flaunted, visible to all, yet out of reach for most. The insidious ticking noise was not a metaphor. It emanated from a makeshift pipe bomb hidden in the housewares section of Hamburg's car-staff department store. The good guys put a pipe bomb in a department store, Dennis. It's not a strong start for him. I also do feel like I'm reading a novel. I feel like this is how novels sound in my head when I read them. It destroys at 1 a.m. I don't know why. It's like that very novel-y voice. The hour hand, the mechanical time, met with an electrical contact, igniting a dance.
The best thing to do is gather your resources quickly and finish the tutorial quest as quick as you can so that they'll direct you to the nearest nearest trader. Almost called it a market, but well, it basically is a market. But
and sent their fragments flying like artillery shrapnel. The deafening pressure wave reverberated through the corridors, leaving nothing behind but a trail of
I wouldn't play with the biomes on either.
To the ground. And then, after the deep
that would be a little too tough for a first-time player.
Silence settled in again.
But then again, they'll probably get used to it before you start traveling to the other traders.
From every direction, in a flash of red and blue, police cars, fire engines, and ambulances converged on the mall, and just like an orchestra, each section played its part in perfect sync. Dennis, mate, this could be a book. I feel like this is it's very, very nice. Like, all of these metaphors are so thought out. I feel like I'm genuinely reading a book.
Oh, I don't deserve you. That's my favorite. You know what I like?
To keep onlookers at bay, the anti-terror squad swiftly set up a perimeter around the Karstadt complex, and just outside the police cordon, paramedics stood ready and prepared for the worst. At the same time, a phalanx of firefighters charged into the smoke-choked building, their faces etched with determination and concern as they scanned every corner for signs of human victims. Yet, despite a backdrop ripped straight out of a movie, the more pressing concerns were quickly allayed. As it turned out, the building had been utterly empty at the time of the attack, devoid of even the most solitary night janitor. There was no cleaning crew scheduled for that night, and the temporary workers assigned to restock the shelves weren't due to arrive several more hours. With a deep sense of relief, the experts also confirmed that the damage, while considerable, did not pose any threat to the structural integrity of the building. The tableware section had indeed been reduced to a wasteland, yet the building itself was virtually unaffected. And so, once any immediate dangers had been dispelled, the real investigation began with a late-night phone call, summoning one of Hamburg's most capable investigators to the scene. As Detective Michael Dalecki's car glided through the city minutes later, his piercing blue eyes remained focused on the road ahead, and his calm face betrayed the extraordinary wisdom that he'd amassed through his accelerated career. As the chief investigator of Hamburg's police, Dalecki wore his authority with the same ease as his neatly pressed suit, a testament to the balance he had struck between the demands of his job and the compassionate nature that defined him. It's like a movie, Dennis. I'm like, oh, it's like, I imagine this playing out like a movie in my mind. This should be a movie. Is this a movie in Germany? At this point in his life, he had been quite the public figure. The media had taken to calling him the genius every once in a while, and not without reason. His ability to unravel even the most twisted and convoluted of cases was the stuff of noir folklore, and his file of awards and commendations could paper the walls of his office, so to speak. The air was still stained with the extra-tangled explosives when Daleki arrived. From the outset, the prospects were looking grim. The forensics team painted a bleak picture of their findings, or rather, lack thereof. No eyewitnesses, let alone suspects, no fingerprints on the bomb's components. It is amazing how, like, a bomb can go off. And the police will be like, yeah, we'll find the pieces, and we'll place it back together, like a jigsaw puzzle, and then maybe we'll get some fingerprints off them. And it's like, it's a bomb! It literally blew up! And even though rudimentary DNA analysis was a tool available in 1992, any traces of biological material would have been incinerated anyway. The security cameras had been skillfully dodged by the person who'd placed the explosive device during the previous day, and for all they knew, the culprit might as well have been a ghost. A fast-paced tide of updates ebbed and flowed, each incoming report as illuminating as a match in the Mariana Trench. It seemed as if the case had reached a dead end before it had even begun. On the other hand, Inspector Daleki felt as if he was missing something blindingly obvious. His subconscious mind tried to point his attention towards a certain memory, but surely he was just fooling himself. Being a man of facts, he decided to disregard his gut feeling for now. I feel like I'm a man of facts. Like, definitely. My logic side of the brain works overtime compared to the other side. But that gut feeling about stuff is often not like, oh, that's not like the opposite of logic. I feel that that's that feeling you get about something because you have so much knowledge. Not that I have like some super knowledgeable brain, but it's like, you know, when you've accumulated knowledge about something and then you have a feeling about it. It's not just completely unfounded. It's like all of that knowledge is like in the back of your mind and it's like subconsciously pushing you towards one decision or another. You know what I mean? Like that, there's a book about this, like the chunked knowledge and stuff. About the chess masters, where it's like they make the moves even though they're not really aware of why it's quite so good. Their brain's like working subconsciously on why it's so good. You know what I mean? Lost in those thoughts, he ran his finger across the film of ash and cinder that blanketed the floor. In his experience, the absence of evidence could sometimes speak volumes as well, so his mind began to inventory everything that seemed to be conspicuously absent. First and foremost, human victims. Bomb technicians had quickly been set to reverse engineer the triggering mechanism, confirming the chosen time frame was neither a technical fluke or a matter of luck, but a deliberate choice by whoever designed it. Yeah, I mean, if that happens, I think my first feeling as a cop would be, oh, the timer went off at the wrong time. They set it for 3 a.m. instead of 3 p.m., like when the store would be heaving. Like, if someone places a bomb, like terrorist, assuming a terrorist is a pipe bomb, they generally want to kill people, not just blow up a department store. But the fact that that was deliberate, super interesting. There was that famous story where there was some terrorist somewhere, and they set the timers like they got the time zone wrong or something. So they set it by like the wrong time zone, and then they were going to like they were suicide bombers. They were going to go, or they weren't suicide bombers. They were going to place the bomb somewhere, and it went off an hour early and blew them all up. Good. Murder, or even attempted murder, could therefore be ruled out, and good old terrorism appeared rather unlikely as well, as violent extremists typically strive for maximum carnage. Then again, Karstadt wasn't just a random chain of malls, not in the least. For centuries, the company stood synonymous with a lifestyle of economic pride, national wealth, and opulence. The brand's name carried a rich tapestry of historical significance and symbolism that almost reached back to the birth of Germany itself. It sounds like Harrods or Selfridges, right? What do you have in America? What's the Harrods of America? Like, I feel like it's in New York, right? You got that big shopping streets. Is it Fifth Avenue? Something like that. Is there some like big store that's like super nice and have all this cool shit inside? It's really expensive. Good deli. Ever since the first emperor had been crowned, Karstadt would gladly align itself with those who currently held the reins of power. If you know anything about European history, then you're probably aware that this is not necessarily a good thing. In other words, I don't know, it's a business. It survives. Like, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. You don't want to take it too far. You don't want to be like IBM. Right, it's like, what are you working on, IBM? Oh, we're working on a system to document the Holocaust. Oh! Okay. That was IBM, right? I don't want to get it wrong and shout IBM out for doing something horrible. Pretty sure it was IBM, allegedly. In other words, Glasgow was an obvious target for several types of political extremists. If it came down to that, Adeleke concluded that they should receive a confession letter shortly. The first light of dawn had barely crept over the horizon when the task force got their assumption confirmed. A cell of radical anarchists publicly claimed responsibility for the attack. According to their statement, the bomb had been intended to protest Western consumerism. Only a few years prior, the same group had carried out a similar attack in an empty office building, lending their words a sheen of credibility.
Shit.
This is so stupid. Like, how are you going to protest Western consumerism by setting off a bomb? Yeah, it's really going to do a lot to stop people f***ing shopping. Well done. It's just insane. Right, and they did it in an office building? Not even a shop? Yeah, by the date after, another letter arrived at the Karstadt branch. This one not only contained a written message, but also a drawing of a custom metal piece that had been used in the bomb's construction, proving the authenticity of this author beyond any doubt. Therefore, authorities directed all their attention towards the new one. The contents were remarkably straightforward. In rather plain language, the sender demanded money. No socio-philosophical outpourings, no political stipulations. The request was as austere as it was simple. Give me 1 million marks, or there will be another explosion in a different Karstadt store.
Morning.
But
Lock
one
that
way
smirk
more
off your
powerful.
face. Doing
The
one
German
job
mark was the
doesn't
currency
make us
before the
pals.
introduction of the euro.
Got
I
it.
remember this. I remember going to Germany when there were German marks.
Fine.
I can't remember quite
Take a
what. I think
fucking
you got
look.
3 German marks for every £1. Feels about right. This must have been in the early 2000s, late 90s. We used to go. We'd have this crazy school trip every year where we'd go to the German Christmas markets in Aachen, which I think is in West Germany somewhere. But it would be a day trip. So we'd get on a bus at like 3 in the morning. That bus would cross the channel. We'd drive to the Christmas market in Aachen, spend like the afternoon or the day in Aachen doing the Christmas markets and buying it. And then we'd drive back and get back at like midnight. It was
Get
like
out
a
of
day
the store.
trip to Germany. It was really far, and we'd do it like every year. I think from like years 1 to 4 of my school, so from like 12 to 16. Something like that. Every year that I had to learn German, which I now don't speak at all.
Come to think of it, can't say I'm not surprised.
Sorry. So coincidentally, 1 million marks from 1992 is pretty much equal to $1 million today when adjusted for inflation. That makes everything very easy. So he wants $1 million, Jerry. If the company was going to agree to pay the ransom, they were asked to place an ad in a daily newspaper stating this cryptic sentence: Scrooge McDuck greets his nephews. They would then receive further instructions. As Adeleke perused the letter for the umpteenth time, he was once again assailed by an uncanny sense of deja vu. The course of events vaguely mirrored what had happened 4 years prior. Even though this mental connection was more of an instinct than a logical conclusion, everything felt strangely reminiscent of that one cold case, widely regarded among the most embarrassing blunders in German police history. Could it be him again? Was the unknown perpetrator the same mastermind who fooled the police back in 1988? Yes, it must be him, Adeleke contemplated as his adrenaline levels spiked through the roof. Yet he decided to keep this suspicion under wraps until he had the hard evidence to support his hunch. Of course, the note was also scrutinized by an armada of profilers, and indeed they quickly arrived at conclusive verdicts, which would certainly have been helpful to Detective Adeleke if those dead-sure assessments had not directly contradicted one another. In the realm of crime novels and movies, there is the common trope of law enforcement never ever bending to the demands of extortionists. Any fan of the genre will find the mantra all too familiar. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Yeah, except governments negotiate with terrorists and like blackmailers all the time. Yet in reality, this concept couldn't be further from the truth. Simon recently released a Today FM Now video about the topic in case you're interested. God, that doesn't feel so recent. When was that? I don't even remember it. But here's a quick summary. Most governments and law enforcement agencies do have some kind of codified rule that precludes any kind of negotiation with criminals and terrorists as a means of deterrence. Yet it is a very open secret that these principles are constantly being breached for obvious reasons. Yeah, happens all the time. Isn't like prisoner exchanges like a classic example with that? Like the Russians aren't. The Russians argue with terrorists. And they did that prisoner exchange where they got that basketball player, the woman who got arrested for like having weed or whatever, and they exchanged a merchant of death to her. So I'm like, that sort of negotiation goes on all the time. I'm not saying like that's a negotiating with terrorists, but it's like, yo, you got the merchant of death, and in exchange America got a basketball player who got arrested for having a little bit of weed on her or something. Wasn't it even a frame up or something? First of all, we need to which was like a Picasso painting. Not that good at second glance. It's so harsh. I will spare you the details. Let's just say that they paid compensation to the Jewish community in the late 1940s. You fill in the blanks. Executive management was hell-bent on not appearing like a bunch of sociopaths who would put avarice before human life, a clever strategy sometimes called public relations. Reportedly, they not only offered to pay the ransom out of their own pockets, but they also considered adding a little tip to the requested sum at some point, just to make sure the elusive monster was entirely satisfied. Not even as a trap to catch the man behind the curtain, but simply to fulfill his demand. They basically begged Detective Dalecki to simply let them comply, though there are sources contradicting this notion. I mean, this is all well and good, but that really encourages terrorism. It's like, yeah, we just paid it. We were happy to pay it. You could just be like, yeah, so I didn't set off a bomb, but I'm going to. Like, you just like vague threats. I only want 10 grand, so come on, let's go. Give me my marks. But more importantly, extortionists are rather stupid on average, meaning they will often screw up when given the opportunity. The German Special Operations Unit reports that nearly all police-guided cash handovers resulted in extortionist arrest, offender slavery. Nearly all? How dumb are these people? The worst case scenario of a criminal escaping with the money is statistically negligible, but let's insert almost for foreshadowing purposes. The decisive factor, however, only discernible to an expert investigator, lay in the weight on the ransom note stench that had been sent off before the bomb's detonation. Basically, every single extortionist in the history of recorded criminology had made their demands only after the leverage had taken effect. They accounted for the possibility of failure.
Damn, everybody's coming out, huh?
It had been discovered hours ahead of the scheduled time. But this person had no such contingency. No context to defeat. They were either a full-blown narcissist or psychopath, or they'd done this before. Both possibilities made it exponentially more likely that they were willing to follow through with their threats. After weighing the various factors, it was ultimately decided to comply with the request and respond in the desired manner. So the agreed-upon signal graced the very next issue of the local newspaper. Scrooge McDuck greets his nephews. It read in bold, black ink, an innocuous sentence laden with heavy significance for only a small set of insiders. Then again, what is the meaning of threats? Moving forward, the media will start referring to the nameless extortionist exclusively by Scrooge, and he will gladly accept the name for himself. So in case you're not an expert on the lore of Donald Duck comics, here's a quick rundown. Scrooge was actually a rich dude, right? He has that giant tower of money. So I was always like, that's awesome, and he just swims in it. It was that amazing Family Guy sketch where Peter jumps into like his own giant pile of money, and he's like breaks all of his bones. And he's like, oh no, money is a solid, not a liquid. Amazing. Donald Duck is a wealthy, anthropomorphic duck-shaped capitalist pig created by Disney. He's a duck, then it's not a pig. Known for his insatiable thirst for wealth and his ruthless pursuit of profit. This bourgeois enemy of the working class first appeared in a comic strip written and drawn by Karl Barks in 1947, and he serves as a child-friendly manifestation of selfishness ever since. When I was a kid, I was like, awesome, he's rich. Message took away the completely wrong message. Not like that guy's a capitalist pig, but I'd love a tower full of money. But beneath all of his superficial riches, he's also shown to have a heart of gold. The essence of his character seems to be the following insight: there's more to life than money. Scrooge McDuck learns this lesson in every other comic that he's involved in, only to forget this newly acquired wisdom by the time the next comic is published, so he can learn it all over again. Even though he is a portrayal of reckless greed, he is not a glorification of such traits, but a critique. Yet if that is the case, why choose him as an alias for your very reckless and greedy extortion games? Well, we'll come back to this question later, but feel free to speculate in the meantime. Spoiler alert, you're as wrong as all of those aforementioned profilers were. My guess would be it's like just irony. I guess I'm wrong, because I'm not a profiler. The profiler's got it wrong, so I'm also going to be wrong. But it's just like, you know, took away, like me, took away the wrong message. Stop. But it's nice to have a giant tower full of money.
I think it's very nice, very modest.
A small side note, Scrooge McDuck is called Dagobert Duck in Germany. I decided to go with the international equivalent for clarity and consistency, yet strictly speaking, the mysterious extortionist was using the German Dagobert Duck. Keep this in mind if you want to decide to further investigate the case after watching this video, or if you're German. This is the biography? Oh no, it's in German, I can't find out. I think it's, Arno Funk wrote this, so I guess it's a biography. Wait, did we find out this dude's name yet? No, maybe this dude's name is Arno. Oh, I still don't know. I think it is Arno. I'm trying to read this dude's signature, and I think it says Arno Funke, so I hope that doesn't spoil anything. Over the next few days, Dalecky and his team of investigators looked out for Scrooge's reaction with a queasy feeling. Would he reply through the newspaper? Was he going to send another letter by mail? What exactly were they even searching for? They'd been working non-stop on this case for days now, grasping at every straw to no avail, and the weight of it was beginning to show. A few policemen had even started studying Donald Duck comics just in case, despite his... It'll be like, yeah, we did. I'm reading comics. For
Take your
research.
reward and get the hell out of here.
Very good. Okay.
Despite his reputation for mental fortitude and thriving under pressure, the case had quickly taken its toll on Inspector Dalecky. Sleep had turned into an elusive luxury, and excessive amounts of bitter coffee made both his
guess I'll
mind
take
and
the
his
ammunition,
heart race non-stop. But among all those uncertainties, there was one thing that they somehow knew for sure. Many stages of escalation lay ahead of them. My words can hardly convey just how spot on their instincts were about that. The radio silence dragged on for 2 seemingly never-ending weeks. To everyone's surprise, when Scrooge finally did reach out, he did so by simply calling the car start service hotline from a public phone booth. While this method of contact ranked low on the list of expectations, the task force had fortunately prepared for this eventuality. An officer, rather than a random employee, answered the call as a recording device captured each syllable for later analysis. Scrooge obviously did not take the risk of engaging in a personal conversation. Instead, he played a tape recording of an extremely distorted and pitch-shifted voice, relaying
got
yet
some
another
shit
set of
work for
instructions.
it's a deal.
Barely intelligent
Disappoint me,
guided
and you'll
investigators
find
to a
yourself
specific
on the
luggage
wrong
locker
end
at
of the
Hamburg's main railway station. Afraid of finding another explosive in there, the emergency services sped off with no delay. Yet when the bomb squad carefully opened the locker and inspected its contents, they discovered something else entirely. A mechanical contraption of metal and mystery, whose purpose was difficult to tell at first glance. Oh my god, if I was the bomb squad, I'd be like, it is a bomb. Like, you're looking for a guy who plants bombs, and you open a locker in a public place and there's a mechanical device in there, you're like, Being the bomb squad's gotta be fucking terrifying. Your job is to just go up in that big suit and deal with bombs and possibly get blown up. And I mean, how useful is that big suit? If a bomb goes off, it's a bomb! Imagine a backpack with an elaborate metal chassis and magnets attached to the rear side. Neither the explosive experts nor Inspector Dalecky have ever seen anything like it before. Fortunately, the ominous object came with a short user manual of sorts, written in the familiar font of Scrooge's typewriter. The ominous device was a self-developed, high-tech solution for secure money delivery, the letter explained. A self-developed high-tech solution for secure money delivery? What is this? It instructed police officers to place the money into the bag-like component and fasten the zip tightly. Once the cash was safely stowed inside, they were supposed to attach the entire apparatus to the rearmost carriage of a specific train. The magnets were aligned precisely to fit the outer coupling mechanism. The ingenious twist inside the metal box was a clock mechanism, very similar to the one that triggered the bomb previously. Oh, it's going to drop it somewhere, isn't it? It's going to deactivate the magnets, like electromagnets or something, at a specific point, and drop it along the line where the guy will be waiting. But instead of setting off an explosion, it would release the hooks holding the bag component at a certain time. The money-filled container would therefore drop onto the rail bed at some secret point during the train's journey at a predetermined location, known only to Scrooge himself, who would merely gather the spoils from the tracks and vanish like a wisp of smoke. On the backside, Scrooge provided the exact train they were going to use. It was an intercity express named Kathy Kollwitz, scheduled to travel from Hamburg to Berlin. And there is a note here: every train in Germany is named after an important person. Kathy Kollwitz was a painter and sculptor and one of the most famous German artists of the 20th century. I always feel it nice when you're on it. It feels so fancy when you get on a train. It's not like, A17.
Of course.
Wow, look at this. Scrooge's plan seemed completely ridiculous, but undeniably brilliant. You see, the two cities were almost 300 kilometers apart. There was no way to deploy editors across the entire route. Dalecky's gaze darted back and forth between Scrooge's device and the policeman who surrounded him.
Anyone else? What about you over there?
The train in question was due to depart in a couple of days. Maybe there was enough time left to gain the upper hand after all. The police agents found themselves tasked with a new objective: reverse engineer the gadget, figure out the timer's configuration, and then calculate the location at which Scrooge would be waiting for the cash. It was his engineering expertise against that of the entire police force, which does sound like an easy, doesn't it? It does. I mean, I don't think about it, you could do this now, like with encryption and stuff, where they wouldn't be able to break into it and figure it out. But is this a mechanical device? I mean, surely. How can you? I mean, I wouldn't know how to possibly hide something like that in a mechanical device. As the nerds set about analyzing the device, Dalecky and the head of operations once again exchanged weighted glances. There was no denying the truth. Scrooge was the very same criminal who had outsmarted the police 4 years prior. The modus operandi was more refined this time, but essentially identical. Could this be their shot at redemption, a chance to rectify a humiliating defeat? Though Delecky was not directly involved with the catastrophic failure from 1998, he took the challenge somewhat personally. The entire German law enforcement had been outsmarted by a criminal genius, humiliated, ridiculed, and relieved of 500,000 German marks. The memories of this bitter defeat had haunted thousands of crime fighters ever since. Maybe this is their fateful opportunity to rectify a major slip-up. Oh no, I'll just be thinking, it was really hard the last time, and now we're going to get taken again, and it's going to be for twice as much. The detective's sentimental contemplation was interrupted when the technicians announced a surprisingly swift breakthrough. Scrooge had made a grave error by simply recycling the design of the bomb's trigger mechanism, which was both familiar and rather simple to begin with. After unscrewing the box and ransacking the inner blend of wires and security, and circuitry, they had discovered that everything was connected to a slightly modified alarm clock set for 5:52 p.m. This is way too obvious. This is way, way too obvious. Although Scrooge had disabled the display, they could easily reconstruct the alarm time. The detectives huddled around a map, feverishly calculating the precise location of the train at the moment of the drop. It was a mathematical conundrum everyone had encountered countless times during their school days, never imagining that one day it would be the key to potentially saving lives. The location they pinpointed was a minuscule village, barely a blip on the map, nestled 100 kilometers from the bustling city of Hamburg. Oh, you guys are getting taken for a ride. This was too easy. It's a red herring. Maybe the train's just going to go all the way to the final destination where the guy just grabs it. It just gets into the station and he's waiting there just to collect the money. It never drops off. Or he takes it at, before it leaves or when it pulls into a station, something like that. Or maybe, it will drop at that point. Yeah, that's okay. That's where I'm thinking what's going to happen. So this train is obviously going to stop several times along its 300-kilometer journey. And if there was no mechanism, the only point that he could collect the money would be when it pulls in to specific stations. So the police would be stationed at every specific station along the route. But by dropping it off at some point along the route at this tiny little village, the police are going to wait exclusively there. So, if I were the police at this point, I would very much, just in case, station people at that tiny village where it's due to drop, but also I would station police at one, on the train, looking out the back, and then two, also at every station, right? That's the checking all the boxes plan. At exactly 4:40 on the specified day, Kathy Colvitz roared out of Hamburg's main station with the ominous device firmly attached to its rear. Members of the Scrooge task force sped down the highway in unmarked cars hours ahead of the Intercity Express. They mentally prepared for the inevitable arrest and their well-deserved moment of sweet, sweet victory. Oh, guys, we're 10 pages in. It's not happening. They envisioned Scrooge standing in the middle of nowhere, nervously watching the tracks, waiting for his ill-gotten gains to fall into his hands, completely unaware of his impending doom. The cat-and-mouse game was building up to the climax. The team had arrived early, leaving them to stew in the seemingly indeterminable stretch of time before the big showdown. With the villagers retreating to their homes for safety, the assembled officers assumed their hidden positions, scanning the area for anything out of the ordinary. They slinked from one vantage point to another, ensuring every possible angle was covered. And then, when all preparations for the surprise party were completed, the suspense began. The moment, the minutes inched by, and the tree's shadows grew ever so slowly. The policemen fixed their gaze on the tracks where their adversary was due to materialize at any moment now. Despite not being physically present himself, Delecky was filled with an overwhelming sense of tension as he anxiously awaited news from the field squad. Waiting back at the headquarters, his thoughts drifted to 1988 when Scrooge, then still under a different name, had pulled off a very similar plan, successfully. But not this time. Not again. The sun had dipped low in the sky by now, casting a golden hue over the surrounding field, but no trace of the extortionist was in sight. The small army of officers still hunkered down, hidden within the bushes and trees. But nothing happened. After a while, frustration and confusion crept in, eroding their initial confidence. Had they somehow... Maybe Scrooge had caught on to their plan and changed his mind. I mean, why are they so sure that he's going to collect it immediately after the train goes past? This is going to be on the tracks. He could come by an hour or two later and collect it. He could come by days later and collect it, assuming that he doesn't think the police are onto him. Eventually, the train's headlights crested the horizon in the far distance. Kathy Colvitz approached the ambush.
I didn't know that was barbed wire.
Exactly
Sorry.
5:52 p.m., just as they had calculated. With a hiss of compressed air and squeezing brakes, the vehicle came to a halt. No suspicious figure appeared anywhere. The ensuing silence seemed to mock the investigators' confusion as they slowly began to understand that they were very, very screwed. The metal box was still dangling off the last carriage, but the bag of money was gone. The extortionist had outplayed them a second time, and now they stood there in the middle of nowhere, shaking their heads in disbelief. The trick was blindingly obvious. In a stroke of twisted genius, Scrooge replaced a second timer inside the box, completely concealed from view. The visible one was nothing more than a ruse, a decoy designed solely to lead investigators astray. The true mechanism had triggered mere minutes after the train left Hamburg. While the police officers were prematurely celebrating and getting into position for victorious arrest, Scrooge had already absconded with the money. Okay, that's I think my plan's better. Just go to a station and pick it up. Like, if you've got the decoy one in there and a real one, there's still the chance that they can discover the real one. I mean, they didn't, but they could have. As the reports reached Delecki back in Hamburg, he couldn't help but marvel at Scrooge's cunning. This was a game of chess played at the highest level, he thought, but it wasn't checkmate just yet. Scrooge may have eluded capture for now, but Delecki had set up a multi-layered trap on his own. Scrooge's alarm clock was fake, but so was the money stuffed into his bag. The game was just beginning. The money stuffed into the bag being fake, he's going to discover that very quickly, and then he's going to be like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing another bomb. The pursuit of happiness. In 1950, Arno Funke was born into a world that seemed determined to smother every spark within him. Growing up in Rudau, a rather primitive village in West Germany, his life was imbued with an aura of misery from the very moment he drew breath. Even though roughly 5 years had passed since Hitler's ballistic withdrawal from active politics. The aftermath of the Third Reich continued to shroud the ravaged nation like an everlasting shadow. There was a deep-seated sense of guilt, shame, and remorse, well earned by an awful lot of people. And for those who had staked their lives on opposition to the regime, the sheer scale of inhumane atrocities was still an unresolved trauma. The war remained vividly present to those who survived, with partially disfigured cities and occasionally bombed out buildings serving as constant reminders. Within the time span of only 12 years, the Nazis had industrially murdered 11 million people and started a war that would cost 50 million more lives, and that's not even counting the 30 million deaths that would result from war-related disease and famine. It had been the single worst calamity in the entire history of our species, a magnitude of suffering beyond any human comprehension. I introduced the Pedro Lopez Galavida in another episode, and just going by the number of fatalities, this scores a 30.3 million out of 10. It is psychologically just impossible to truly grasp any of this, and yet we have a whole nation of people who, for the most part, actively or passively contributed to what had happened. And then, of course, the next disaster loomed on the horizon.
Now, every single person that hates Trump is just having a bad day today. You know, they tried to assassinate him, and then they die trying to assassinate him. W. All right, they tried to assassinate his daughter. They went to jail. That was foiled. W. You know, Iran doesn't like Trump. Iran is having a terrible day right now. Complete economic ruin. They're on their hands and knees begging for a deal. And now we have to talk about the Democrats hosting a No Bad Ideas Summit and Thomas Massey losing his mind. Because apparently you go up against the big orange man and you try to like be all sneaky about it and you don't try to face him head on. You just end up getting run over. All right, so Thomas Massey, I lost my election at the 6-month anniversary of the Epstein Files Transparency Act becoming law. Those buggers don't waste any time. Wow, what a coincidence. I guess all the Epstein file people in his district didn't vote for him now. Bro, no one is buying this, man. This is the epitome of leaving without grace. Like, this dude does not know how to take an L. You lost your election because more people voted for the other guy. That's why you lost the election. I cannot believe he's been crying about this for a week now. They really expect this guy to run for president? Oh my God, he's gonna win his district. In Kentucky, man. I love how he's just completely bought into this whole ideology that, oh yeah, you know why I lost my election? The powerful elites that are controlling democracy threw me out. It's totally not because just more people voted for the other guy because Donald Trump told them to. Totally not that. Totally not that. And then, you know, one of the most pro-Trump districts in all of America, in Kentucky's 4th district, they actually voted for the guy that Trump endorsed. That's impossible. It must be because the Epstein class is fighting against it. They don't waste any time. You know, so obviously people are calling it out. This is an old Thomas Massey.
Epstein reached out from beyond the grave.
Press conference announced they are privately compiling their own Epstein list. They would be sued into homelessness for naming names. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's gone. And he's gone, are willing to name names in the House of Representatives under constitutional speech or debate immunity. and he didn't do fucking anything. Yep, that's right. He's a pedophile protector.
What are you doing,
I guess.
Sneaky?
What can I say? I guess Thomas Massey is just part of the Epstein class, and he's a subversive fed. That's right. He's an Epstein class psyop all along. Now there are crash outs, and there are crash outs. I want to show you the way the mind virus has raped this man. He went straight from Trump derangement syndrome, which, for the record, has a very low survival rate, to Israel derangement syndrome, which is fatal, all right? Thomas Massey, and Glock, is it true that Charlie Kirk's show is distributed by a registered foreign agent of Israel? Sorry, Glock, I can't find your answer in the replies. What's the connection between Israel and the syndicator of the Charlie Kirk show? Are we serious, man? Like, this is pathetic. This is sad as fuck. He's completely fallen down the rabbit hole of Epstein and Israel, and the shadow elites have managed to get the Kentucky voters to vote for the other guy. Bro, mind virus taking over. Sad scene. Bro, this is miserable. Like, this is absolutely miserable.
Oh, up here.
A hilariously pathetic crash out. All right, so Thomas Massey followed this account they ended up exposing. Fist Me Patriot, the loose lefty, I'm a gay Israeli and you're an anti-Semite for noticing, Synagogue of Satan, Israel. Right, so this is just basically an Israel is evil account, like, and it's now followed by Thomas Massey. Like, bro, this is sad. Right, you just tweeted this today. Some folks don't want my posts to show up in their feed as a public service. I will block everyone who feels this way. Indicate your desire to be blocked by replying to this post with a negative comment. I will block you. America first. MAGA. This is the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, this is honestly sad. See, I called this guy a grifter a long time ago. This guy said that Donald Trump is protecting pedophiles, and then he runs a fake Donald Trump endorsement for his campaign, making believe Trump loves the guy. All right? He voted against funding the border and funding the border wall and funding ICE agents, and then he'll be like, oh, I totally care about our border and stuff. I just didn't want to vote for that one because Trump wanted it. You know, bro is silent about Epstein for 4 years under Biden, and now Trump is president, and now he gets into, like, this whole Epstein class tizzy. And you wonder why the schizophrenic fuck actually lost his district. Now, this is an old tweet from Charlie Kirk, but it's very relevant, because right now there's a massive push of these people saying, I can't believe Turning Point USA didn't like Thomas Massey. They must be an agent of Israel. Charlie Kirk loved Massey and would never vote against it. Well, this is an old tweet from Charlie Kirk in 2019. By the way, I really miss this guy a lot. It's heartbreaking that he's dead. Just wanted to remind you because people on the internet seem to have forgotten. Justin Amash used to be one of my favorite members of Congress. He used to fight for liberty and the Constitution. Now he's fixated on adoration from the left and the media. He ignores Trump's wins on every front. Amash, you have let us all down. We will primary you. You will lose. And he did. Now, for the record, this is just what happened with Thomas Massey. So, you could like Thomas Massey, that's fine. You could think that he used to be one of your favorite members of Congress, that's fine. You could say he fought for liberty and the Constitution, and that's fine. Right now, Thomas Massey is fixed on adoration from the left and the media, which is why the New York Times, the
All right,
Washington Post,
I'm in
and
business
every
now.
one of these leftoid media outlets was campaigning on behalf of Thomas Massey. You know, Ro Kahana and Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker were crying when Thomas Massey lost. All right, you let us down, Thomas Massey. We primaried you, and you lost.
It's day 5.
All right, now he's just ending. Well, don't think of it as we lost a member of Congress. Think of it as we gained a future podcaster who's buying into all of the retard right conspiracy theories. You voted against the big beautiful bill, and that's where and now you're cooked. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I
You
recently
think
added
you're
to my
pretty
daily
smart
routine
now,
is
don't
using
you?
free cash
Here's
for a
your
few
pay,
minutes here and there.
Einstein.
If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks
Hey,
while
jerk,
already on
you
your
need
phone.
some work?
Hey,
Well,
hey,
good luck.
Complete
By the looks
surveys,
of
do
it,
simple
you're
tasks,
gonna
and
need
turn your bathroom break into an
What the
investment.
hell
By
do
finishing
you want this
playing Call of
time?
the Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa.
Thank you very much, and now you can go fuck yourself.
60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign-up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated. Now, just to understand the level of cooking our actual media sphere is, this is Candace Owens, you know, lady who historically believes that the Jews are teaming up with Egyptian planes and Sumerian time travelers to assassinate Charlie Kirk, and who believes that the Jews invented space. as well as the round Earth theory, which is fake, obviously, because Earth is obviously flat. Now, Hunter Biden was interviewed by Candace Owens. So here we have Jake Tapper. This is the craziest fucking twist of all time. Jake Tapper, the CNN anchor, shitting on Hunter Biden for collaborating with Candace Owens. Bro, we are witnessing retard meltdowns of destruction, the likes of which we've never seen before.
DC is corrupt. Politics is corrupt.
But something's changed, Candace. It's not left or right. The DC elite of the left, they crushed my dad because he was
Yeah, notoriously, his dad was not the president of the United States. What?
never part of that club. He was never part of the Epstein class. You know?
So how the fuck is he the president of the United States? Like, are we even serious? The entire fucking machine was behind the guy to the point that we don't even know who the fuck was running our country for 4 years. Your dad was a potato sitting behind the desk in the Oval Office, okay? Like, are we serious?
One thing he didn't do, he didn't greenlight to turn Gaza into a Trump golf course.
You're right, he just gave infinite money to Israel and Ukraine. Good point.
The maitre d' being Jared Kushner. War in Iran that they started, that every president before him was pressured by the Israelis.
Yeah, I do think there was something about the Charlie...
For the record, Biden gave billions of dollars to Iran. Trump decided to blow them up. I'll take blow them up, actually.
Kirk assassination that everyone just sort of looked up.
Everyone. Everyone was like, wow, it can't possibly be that a radical leftist assassinated this really great guy. It can't possibly be that. Must be Sumerian time travelers.
The Charlie Kirk made. The level of disloyalty or fear, I don't know what it is. And the criticism of you for asking the questions for someone who was like a brother to you is...
Oh my god, he was like a brother to you, which is why he disinvited her from all of his events while he was alive. He was like a brother to you, and you're just asking questions. You're totally not insinuating that his wife murdered him, right? Right.
Like, what the F are you talking about? I listen to you and I go, right on.
Bro, so Hunter Biden is like, whoa, Candace Owens is literally right. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Now, we've already been through the Candace Owens thing. She thinks the dinosaurs were invented by Jews to trick Christians. All right, we're not getting into that one this time. But this is fucking cinema, dude. Actual left destruction. All right, so Texas 35, Democratic candidate Maureen Galindo, this is a good one, says that she will convert ICE detention center in Karnes County into an internment camp for American Zionists. It will be a castration processing center for pedophiles, quote, which will probably be mostly Zionists. Which is hilarious, because obviously the number one group of pedophiles on the planet are Muslims, and it's really not even close, because their religion venerates pedophilia. It's actually fucking awesome in Islam to rape kids. No, I'm not saying every Muslim's a pedophile, but, you know, I'm saying every Muslim worships one. So, like, we are at this level of the left, all right? The left being like, oh, we're just going to open up internment camps for, I guess, Jews and evangelical Christians? But, like, only they all go into castration processing centers? You know, it's really nice. You know, they say Trump's rhetoric is bad, and then they whip out this one. Right? Even AOC was like, this is disgusting, it's bigoted garbage, anti-Semitism, nowhere near our politics. If you are in Texas, vote for the other guy. You know, like, this is the level of retard we're doing. So, of course, all the Islamists and pedophiles have to take that side, be like, oh my god, AOC is controlled by the Israel lobby, bro. You cannot do this! You cannot do this. These people are retarded, bro. Right? So, Graham Plattner, who notoriously is a Democrat, running for the Senate, I think in Michigan, maybe? I don't remember where. And he actually has a Totenkopf Nazi tattoo. Right? They're called Trump a Nazi. And they're literally running this guy who has a Nazi tattoo on his body. All right? Well, they actually recently discovered some of his Reddit posts. Bro, Reddit is gonna fucking do him in. It's over, bro. So this is what he had to say. This video never gets old. Dumb motherfucker didn't deserve to live. This is him referring to a U.S. soldier who was shot 4 times in Afghanistan, by the way. This is him making fun of someone who received a Purple Heart. Which is insane. When he took incoming fire from the 2012 clash with the Taliban. This is what the comment said. This video never gets old. Dumb motherfucker didn't deserve to live. At least his stupidity and fat-ass wheezing are available for all future infantrymen to witness and hold in contempt. Poor marksmanship on the Taliban's part is the only reason this mouth breather made it home. He managed to make every possible shit decision possible when it came to small unit combat. And this guy is running for Senate for the Democrats. Right? If the Nazi tattoo wasn't bad enough, this is actually just Hassan Piker. Just American Hassan Piker. It's crazy. All right, so the left decided to get together, and they were like, "Holy shit, we need to stop fascism." Well, they're trying to do their absolute best to elect Nazis, as we all know, Nazis were National Socialists. They are the left. All right, there's this massive rewriting of history that the Nazis in Germany were right wing when they were obviously left wing, and it's really not even up for debate if you actually do any research at all. The Nazis pushed infinite socialism. The Nazis did the DEI shit, the same, reverse DEI shit, which is just racism all over again. The Nazis did the eugenics shit, just like the abortion worshippers in the West does. The Nazis wanted stronger gun control. They were the National Socialist Party, for crying out loud. So the Democrats had a no bad ideas summit where they were like, well, we have to stop fascism. All right, I understand we're trying to elect people that want to make concentration camps for Jews. They've done that before. And also a guy with a Nazi tattoo that says that he wishes our soldiers were killed by the Taliban. Right, so these are two front runners for the Democrats right now. But we need a no bad ideas summit to stop fascism.
Kamala is calling a meeting of the great Democrat minds. And it's BYOB.
Let's go.
Bring your own brain.
We need to have a playbook that is born out of our ability to assume some risk, perhaps. I've been thinking about, we need to have basically a no bad ideas brainstorm.
All right.
No bad idea.
A no bad ideas brainstorm. So they whipped out the super geniuses.
This is what you say when you're out of ideas.
Oh, yeah.
The Democrats decided to try it anyway.
Oh, hell yeah,
Summoning
dude.
their finest thinkers for a no bad ideas summit.
I can't
Thank you all for the...
Oh, let's go! They got Pocahontas, dude! Whoa!
Welcome. I love being in a room full of nerds. My kind of people. The four of us are doing the hard policy work right now. The nuts and
They've done nothing, by the way.
bolts, the wiring.
Their entire policy is anti-Trump.
Here's how the pieces will work. Here's how we get the money in. Here's how we get the money back.
Here's how we get money to transgender surgeries in Yemen. Let's do it. We need more LGBT diversity in Afghanistan ASAP.
Al, can I get an amen on that one? We gotta make them do this.
Kamala set the bar low at no bad ideas, but Hakeem just hip-checked his way through it, and he wants to break you.
Oh,
Either MAGA extremists are going to break the country, or we're going to break them. And our goal...
Our MAGA extremists breaking the country. Y'all keep trying to kill my president. Okay? Like, what are we even doing here?
is to break them. We have to beat
We
them.
have to break MAGA. We break them. What's your policy? We fucking take a MAGA guy and we shoot the president. Leftist policy, ladies and gentlemen. It keeps getting better. It keeps getting better.
Electorally, and then we have to break their spirit.
Hips wants to break our spirit.
How are we going to win the election? Well, it's simple. We first win the election and then break their spirit. Okay, but how do we get there? How do we do that, though? I don't know, maybe another Chinese virus?
We lived through Biden, buddy. We're fireproof. But Gavin isn't. He just greased up and took the stage for his
Here comes Gavin Newsom. I can't believe they did this.
own little TED Talk. The title, Fighting Fire with Fire.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable fighting fire with fire. Yes, we all want the better angels. Yes, we want the Sorkin sound and music.
Notorious for fighting fire with fire because he had no water in California. He literally couldn't put out the fires. He was literally fighting them with fire.
West Wing. I do. But we'll lose our country. We will lose our country.
No one is falling for this, man.
Arguments. With all due respect to the niceties, it feels good, but we're going to lose our republic. Again, the Founding Fathers did not live and die for this moment. I can't celebrate July 4th.
I can't celebrate July 4th because Donald Trump he won an election democratically and we didn't kill him yet. We're trying to kill him. But we can't just fucking, we can't get an assassin that's not a complete fucking retard. They keep missing, god damn it. This is literally leftist policy right now. Do you understand how evil it is? Like, this is literally leftist policy. Them being like, this guy won an election democratically and we haven't succeeded in killing him yet.
Newsom may not be celebrating America's birthday, but he is lighting candles.
Oh. We have a responsibility. It's just like the issue of redistricting. We could have decided to write an op-ed. We could have decided, hold hands, have a candlelight vigil, win the argument. These guys are ruthless on the other side.
Bro,
Trump's
are we
not
serious?
screwing around.
God, I wish they were ruthless. I wish the Republicans were exactly what the Democrats thought. You know, like, I wish they were, like, opening up fucking mass incarceration facilities, doing mass deportations, you know, threat to democracy. Fuck yeah, dude. Threaten democracy. Like, bro, I wish they were actually as ruthless as the left thought. Right? Like, this is insane. And they will be. It will happen in my lifetime. We will get a far-right government at some point that's actually going to be fucking awesome.
Wait. This was an ideas conference. Our producer watched hours of it. So I asked her, what were the new ideas? And she said, well, they really want to lower the cost of health care.
Huge.
Great. How? I said, well, she said they've got some bills. I said, well, what do the bills do?
More taxes.
They didn't get that far.
Oh.
Democrats have been running on lowering healthcare costs for years. But healthcare costs are going...
By the way, the number one lowering of healthcare costs in my lifetime was Trump RX, which lowered the cost of prescription drugs.
Up. They're out of ideas, even bad ones. That's why Mark Cuban just joined Trump at the White House to lower drug costs.
That's right.
At this so-called ideas conference, all they talked about was how they're going to fight Trump harder. How do you fight any harder? You tried to kill him, you arrested him, you impeached him twice. You keep shutting down the government.
Yep.
All they want to do is smack Trump around like a piñata. And if Gavin's leading the resistance, then Sunny Hostin's a rebel. She's building an army of her own in a galaxy far, far away.
Uh-oh.
And we are feeling the result of not having a resistance, a valuable resistance.
You do really have to watch Andor, let me tell you. That's
I
all
know,
about the
you've been
resistance.
telling me
I'm
about
you.
Andor. We're such both sci-fi and fantasy fans.
It'll change your life, and it's all about forming a rebellion.
I'm gonna start that. We need to form a rebellion.
Do you think
A true resistance?
May the force be with her.
Oh my God,
And
these
with
people are miserable.
Mayor Small Fry, who thinks he's General Eisenhower.
ICE is not just...
No way! They got the mayor of Minneapolis! This guy sucks! Mayor let his city burn, blames ICE.
The federal police force that he's developed. It is his. And there's a
They literally work for the government! Are we serious?
historical analog here, which is the SS. They largely...
Whoa! I didn't think of that. ICE is law enforcement, and the SS is also law enforcement. You're so right, bro. Did you know that Hitler drank water and so did Trump?
We don't need approvals from the congressional body. It is very much Donald Trump's force.
The SS ran death camps. ICE sends MS-13 back to El Salvador. I don't get the comparison. It's a completely different job
They
description.
literally just sit there, lie, gaslight, and manipulate social retards on the left to try to kill my president. That's what they do. That's literally what they do.
Maybe he's just confused. A lot of Democrats are these days. Just ask Michelle.
Country feels like it has a hole in it, and it's a little
Like a
rusty.
hole in the car?
Yeah, like a hole in the car that we're messy right now. That we're confused. That we're upside down.
Yeah,
that's
true.
what it feels like.
True. Oh, that's the Democrats. Now, obviously, they're really mad at Asmongold because he called Black Lives Matter out to be a scam. Black people are really upset at Asmongold now.
People were unhappy that a joke was made.
Bro, literally, leftist policy is just being completely retarded now, hating Trump and trying to get some socially retarded, transgender, mental moron to fucking kill him. And it's insane that we have to just sit here and make believe that it's normal.
About George Floyd. You can't make jokes about George Floyd.
Context.
That's right. Can't make fun of George Floyd. Man, notoriously died of a drug overdose.
Kevin, the black community is so proud of you right now. George Floyd is looking up at us all, laughing so hard that he can't breathe.
Again, it is not a laughing matter. We are here today to call your attention to the fact that an egregious, disgusting joke was made about George Floyd.
Dude, no one is taking these. No one could possibly be taking these people seriously. They had a press conference about a joke.
Here we are.
I mean, you think they resurrected him and killed him again?
To memorialize George Floyd for year 6 after.
Why?
He didn't deserve the first memorial, let alone the 70s. Like, bro, this is insane.
Why is it that this is like their patron saint? Why is it that...
Because he did exactly what they all dream of. He is the ghetto dream. Okay? He managed to start some sort of movement. He tortured white people through his existence. He was a career criminal. He actually faced consequences to his actions. He resisted arrest, and the police went to jail. He is the hero for, like, this entire culture of retards. Now, not all black. I'm not talking about all black people, but specifically the people that worship that guy. They fucking love him. He's the dream. Died doing what he loved, harassing police officers.
We're even talking about George Floyd. The guy was a career criminal scumbag, and he got pulled over while he was driving under the influence of fentanyl.
Put your hands on top of your head. Hands on top of your head. Hands on top of your head.
Keep your hands where I can see you.
Are we really gonna act like this guy is some kind of good actor?
Brutal murder at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department.
Yeah.
Our community is still
How did everything happen in Minneapolis?
experiencing grief and trauma. We have young people in our
Well, get over it. Holy fuck. People spent the entire fucking year burning the whole fucking country down. Move on.
who were children at the time. They're now teenagers.
Yeah.
Still dealing with the impact of the police killing of George Floyd.
No, they are not dealing with that, bro. So teach them not to drive under the influence. Teach them not to resist and fight with police officers. Teach them not to overdose on fentanyl. Have a dad in the home, all right? Unlike George Floyd, who was arrested 8 times, all right? Problem solved, literally. Oh my God, cry about it, I guess.
And instead of allowing our community to grieve in peace, to celebrate George Floyd in peace,
Grieve in peace, you burned down our country.
we have Netflix comedians making light of the brutal killing of George Floyd.
Hey, we need to do it more. I think that one of the major solutions and ways that we can greatly improve public discourse and save society is by brutally humiliating retarded ideologies.
It is unacceptable and it is unconscionable. Tony Hinchcliffe made a grotesque joke saying that
She's
George
laughing.
Floyd is looking up at us, laughing, and he can't breathe.
I thought you said it wasn't a laughing matter.
He was literally laughing.
He just laughed?
Made a grotesque joke saying that
This gotta be like, I mean, what are we doing here?
George Floyd is looking up at us, laughing, and he can't breathe. When I saw the clip online, it made me sick to my stomach.
Wow.
So we are here to declare today.
Made me so sick I laughed.
Go to your husband and tell them that something. And your husband will say, "There, baby, it'll be fine." Oh wait, you don't have a husband. Oh wait.
That there needs to be accountability for Kevin Hart's Netflix
accountability. You made a joke, and I didn't like it. Now we need to kill you.
This bitch is still moving like it's...
This is like fucking African warlord country, okay? Like, we cannot take this shit seriously. You offended my honor, and now we will kill you. Bitch, this is America, right? We don't do that here.
2021. Literally nobody cares.
Lil Yachty says Black Lives Matter was a scam.
BLM? Since you want to be so...
BLM is a scam.
Clip that! Send it to the fucking news.
BLM was literally
a scam.
Scam.
They use donation funds to like buy mansions and shit.
I bought mansions, and you probably don't know anything about it because you don't care about black people.
I do.
And I think honestly, BLM brought us body cams, and that's been great content. Holy
W black people. They're fucking awesome. I always love black people.
shit, what a great investment that was. Maybe I should have donated to BLM. It's been paying off better than fucking investing in Google.
So true, dude. Shout out to black people. Can we just take this moment to thank black people for getting us body cams? In fact, this dude was so mad at Asmongold for saying something that he took as racist that he made an entire video crashing out on Asmongold. And I have to show you the greatest part of the entire video. It's absolute cinema.
This stuff on our skin that make it this copper color, melanin. To be fair, white people, y'all do have melanin, but black people have more. And if you didn't know, melanin is pretty much in every single part of the body. The skin, the hair, the eyes, your teeth, your brain. And there are so many studies coming out just proving how powerful this melanin is.
What are you saying?
Black people have more of it, wouldn't it mean that more? You know what I'm saying?
He is saying that black people are genetically superior to white people. He's doing this gigantic video takedown of Asmongold, calling him a racist, and he is saying that black people are genetically superior beings.
Bro, you can't do this whenever you make a video. Like, I don't care about you doing this. If you want to say black people are superior, like, I get that you're joking around.
He's not. He means it. He hates white people, actually. Most of these activists that fight racism, they actually just hate white people. And that is why I personally have this doctrine. I call it Nux Doctrine. Nux Doctrine is basically a chameleon. It can be many different things. I just don't believe the things that leftists say. I just don't believe that their words are actually things that they mean. I think they use them as weapons to control and manipulate you. When they call you a racist, it's not because they actually think you're a racist. It's because they want to destroy you. And that's exactly what we see every single time. So this dude's saying that black people have more melanin than white people. Melanin makes you strong, so we're genetically superior. Dog, if I would call black people genetically inferior monkeys, all right, I'd be calling a racist. You know, you can't say that. You can't say that people are genetically inferior. Look, man, I personally agree with you. Black people have a much lower chance of getting skin cancer than white people because of the melanin in the skin. True. Also, the average IQ is lower. Also true. Two objectively true, straight facts. Now, I believe every single human being is made in the image of God, and God is the reason for creating all of you. But do not sit here and fucking throw your genetic superior card as some sort of way to counter racist allegations. And do not believe the words that they say to manipulate you. The reason why, statistically, there are more black criminals per capita than white criminals is because their culture is worse. Due to socioeconomic conditions, because there are poor Jewish communities and Asian communities and white communities that do not have the same crime rates. It is a massive cope. So if you're going to sit here and you're going to call everyone racist for acknowledging the obvious fact that it's not because of pure socioeconomic conditions, then you cannot be sitting here grandstanding about how actually you are genetically superior. Your words mean nothing. You use them as weapons to manipulate people, and unfortunately, that's over. That era has ended. I don't care what you call me, because you can't call me wrong.
This isn't about what I believe it's about, is it? I promised this video for quite a while. We're going to watch the new Internet Historian video. Here we go. I'll start VR first. I'm gonna do it after.
Aliens. They exist. And what's more, they're here and they've been walking among us for millions of years. Just look up at the night sky. Each one of those lights is probably an alien. Shoot at them?
There could be,
and
yeah.
the police show up. Coincidence? Break into the CIA. Just looking for clues. They put you on a no-fly list. Coincidence?
True.
There are no coincidences, only truth bombs, and the government is holding the fuse. Locked up tight in Area 51. And so our story begins with one man. Joseph Experience.
What?
How is this even a video? It's about Joe Rogan?
On June 21st of the solar year 2019.
Bob Laser, oh my god, I saw it. My mom showed me a video of this guy. He's an alien guy. This guy, he went to Area 51 and he saw alien spacecraft.
To a whistleblower, Bob Lazard. Now, Bob claims to have worked at the Area 51. And so, Joe summoned him to his sensory deprivation satellite, where he could ask him probing questions about that government facility.
Machine that was able to read the size of your dicks.
Yeah. Huge. View for yourself this incredible testimony before the UN takes it down.
Wait, so did they take the video down or not? Like, I don't know what's real and what's not in this video. Did they actually take the video down? No? Okay, I was about to say.
Used to work at Area 51. When did things get weird?
Well, the way this went down was, I only got hands-on with one of them. And I was fucking like alien. It produced a little discharge from the bottom. It was exciting.
Oh my
We turned the lights on, and all these guys are there. So
what in the fuck is this?
we have, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big.
What? Oh my! This is all in the same episode? Holy sh!
live in a house. That's bullshit. I like just swinging around on trees.
Absolutely.
We are the sex organs of the machine world. But for people who don't know, let's give
It's
them
not edited.
the bullet points. How tall are you?
Yeah,
I'm 5'10".
You don't seem to have any muscle.
it's not edited.
Almost like a frame. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Well, the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on.
Right.
I saw it sitting there, and I thought, oh my God.
Hey, Bob, probably should have just shut up. I worked underground with aliens and they shot my hand off. They're underground, there's bases, they're shooting lasers through the Earth's crust and they move them at light speed.
You big fucking...
What? I'm not even doing it.
Drop dead.
Hey, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Yeah.
The fuck out. All right, that's it, folks. Good night.
I didn't start watching this. This is a good show.
The revelation was sent out all over
That's a good one.
using
Absolutely free.
It started in an incredible incinerating the people's minds with knowledge,
Who killed JFK?
flooring them with the revelation of it all.
An orangutan with a spear.
And soon they were bursting with righteous curiosity.
I don't know what it is about it. Just something to me about like fucking
JFK?
Flooring them with the revelation of it all.
An orangutan with a spear.
And soon they were bursting with righteous curiosity.
Oh my
Bigfoot
God.
is a human-animal hybrid.
Alright, here's the Google searches for Area 51. That
suppressed by the government, by the way.
Yeah, that's when Joe Rogan put out his podcast. You get the idea. And you see, it reached the right man at just the right time.
Am I? This isn't about what I think it was about, is it? This isn't about what I believe it's about, is it? It is. No.
A 21-year-old named Matthew Roberts.
Yep. Oh my God.
And
There he is.
He wanted to see him.
Could aliens love?
But what could he do? How could he possibly get into Area 51 to check him out?
True.
Think.
Scenario 1. If I ran into Area 51,
Right.
I would be shot and killed.
Right.
Scenario 2. If me and all of my friends ran in, we'd both be killed.
Yep, true.
But scenario 3.
Okay, all right.
If there were so many of us, thousands, so much fodder, that we eventually ran out of bullets, then someone surely
Would
is
make
gonna
it in.
get through and touch the government in its special area.
Oh my God.
Within minutes, he was drafting a Facebook post. They can't stop all of us.
I'm willing to die for the government. Let's do this.
On September...
What the fuck? I didn't know they actually talked to the guy and everything. I thought, like, my understanding of this is that, like, actually, I'll finish the video because I don't want to spoil it because for anybody who doesn't know what I at least believe happened.
The 20th, 2019. We'll all meet up at the Area 51 Alien Central tourist attraction and coordinate
Son of a
our
bitch.
entry. If we Naruto run, we can move faster than their bullets.
No way he didn't type that. Like, I don't believe, like, the Naruto run. Like, that's gotta be some bullshit. That's gotta be some bullshit. He
Let's
did?
see them aliens. This
No way. No, he actually, this is not even, wait, Corona happened right after this? So what if the government was worried and they put out Corona on purpose to stop the raid into Area 51? What if, it makes sense, it's coming together now.
Then goes into the ether.
Spoilers!
And from here, it was up to the Facebook algorithm gods to decide what would happen.
Well, it got promoted massively.
There's a lot here to be excited about. I think this could be very positive for our society and economy.
People from all across the flat world were receiving the invite, and they began pressing the attending button.
Oh my God. And the thing is, you know that if you've ever been to a Facebook group invite, clicking attending means you're gonna be there. 100%. Yeah, for sure. Uh-oh. Did it get deleted? Oh. Oh my gosh.
Within just a couple of days, the event had picked up hundreds of thousands of attendees.
There were people that came into my chat whenever this was happening, and like in between, and just like trying to talk to me about this. They're like, so yeah, man, so what do you think about the Area 51 raid? I think it could really do something. You know, I've been wondering about what they were doing back there, and so if we all get together, you know, maybe we can really do something. Maybe they'll have to tell us. Yeah, I'm serious. Like, people are like, oh, man, I mean, you know, hey, you know, you never know what's going to happen. No one ever said that? They did.
People loved the idea so much, they began making memes about how they were going to raid the base.
I remember this.
So many I can barely show you a fraction of them,
Yeah.
rapid firing them out like the bullets that would soon be gunning them down. And so the event spread. And
Oh, yeah,
spread
everybody
around
knew
the
about
internet.
this. Everybody knew.
Morphing into
Everyone who is something is gonna raid Area 51.
There it
young
is.
people from all over the globe are joining up to fight for the future.
Nigel, a runner.
No pointer. Runner.
Stevie, age.
Simon, a runner.
Freeman, 713.
Alright, I'm gonna log out, guys. I'm getting tired.
The fuck?
I'll see you in the morning. I'll probably be playing this again.
Uh-oh. Oh.
I'll see ya.
Watch out.
And just like that, the game was on.